We took care of each other with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
Today is the start of the final Sundance Film Festival in Utah.
It is also the first festival since the passing of its founder, Robert Redford. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Adam?
Amanda, today is opening day for the 42nd and final Sundance Film Festival in Park City as the festival prepares to move to Boulder, Colorado starting next year. Between today and Sunday, February 1st, the festival will be showing 90 feature films that include some big-name actors, including pop star Charlie XCX, Natalie Portman, Olivia Wilde, Seth Rogen, Channing Tatum, and a lot of other big-name celebrities could make an appearance in Park City this year. But the festival is also planning some special tributes to remember its founder, Robert Redford, who died at the age of 89 back in September. Organizers are expected to pay tribute to Redford at the fundraising gala Friday night. Then later in the festival, they plan to screen Redford's first truly independent film, Downhill Racer, as well as other classics like Little Miss Sunshine and American Dream. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The Park City mayor says they'll spend the last Sundance Film Festival celebrating and not worrying about what comes next. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, in an interview with KSL TV's Deanie Wimmer, Mayor Ryan Dickey says the festival first came as an experiment to get people to the town during a slow winter month. But things are different now.
COVID without Sundance, so we got to get a good gauge on what happens when Sundance isn't here.
He says they'll be treating this year's festival as a celebration for what has been. There's a lot more to this interview. Watch on KSL TV's Sunday edition with Deanie Wimmer. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour happening this morning. President Trump sat down with a group of world leaders in Davos and signed an agreement creating what he calls the Board of Peace.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza.
The president says the goal of the board is to resolve global conflicts.
President Trump is also talking more about the future of Venezuela, saying the country is poised for a financial boom. Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez tells ABC News he trusts the path that the Secretary of State and the president have laid out for Venezuela.
It's going to take some months, not years, some months, until we get to what we finally all want, including the Venezuelan people, which is democracy and freedom for them.
President Trump says the U.S. is facilitating the sale of 50 million barrels of oil in the country.
Disgraced biotech entrepreneur Elizabeth Holmes is back in the headlines. The former Theranos CEO, indicted for defrauding investors, is asking President Trump to reduce her sentence and let her leave prison early. She was sentenced to 11 years back in 2023. If the Trump administration agrees, she could get out at least 6 years early.
Traffic jams, packed pullouts, and drivers circling for parking. All these familiar scenes in Mill Creek Canyon. Now, a new study says there may finally be another option.
A shuttle in Mill Creek Canyon is officially on the table. A new feasibility study by the Central Wasatch Commission says a seasonal canyon shuttle can work, and public feedback strongly supports it. The proposal includes service from June through October, with shuttles running Fridays through Sundays and stopping at several points throughout the canyon. Each shuttle would carry about 25 riders, aiming to reduce traffic and parking pressure during peak hours. This study doesn't launch a shuttle yet. It simply lays out how one could happen. Any next steps would require approvals from UDOT, Mill Creek, and the Forest Service. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic now in the 5 o'clock hour. We say good morning to Jason Jones. How are you, Jason?
I'm doing fantastic, Amanda. We've got flashing lights out on the road. That means there's an accident, but it's just off to the left shoulder, southbound I-15, just before the south interchange is where it is. Not really affecting traffic and shouldn't cause you too much trouble. Just keep an eye out in the area. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
The Utah Mammoths stunned the Philadelphia Flyers at the Delta Center when they erased a 3-goal deficit to force overtime. Then, Captain Clayton Keller took care of business in OT.
Bumper holds to Keller, shoots and scores! Clayton Keller! A Wasatch walk-off! Oh, wow! And Utah all the way back to win it!
A Wasatch walk-off. I love that.
That is just food for my soul, Andy.
That was the call on SCG Media. The game last night wraps up a 7-game homestand for the Mammoth. The team now heads out on a 4-game road trip with their next game against the Nashville Predators on Saturday.
It should be mandatory during hockey season that we get to hear that scoring horn at least once. Yeah. A group of students at the Jordan Academy for Technology and Careers in West Jordan will be working with NASA thanks to a competition they entered at the start of the school year. Zach Hall, Mason Rice, Canyon Bullock, and Blake Bigler were chosen to work with NASA to find out how long data can be stored in space-like conditions using a high-altitude balloon.
Completely beyond my expectations.
So exciting. That's so awesome. I want to work for NASA one day.
This is going to be much more like real world. It's like run by NASA, so that's pretty cool.
They entered the NASA Tech Rise Student Challenge back in August and are the only Utah students who will be participating in the study.
Wow. New York City's legendary Nathan's Famous hot dog franchise in Coney Island has been sold.
Coney Island's iconic hot dog store and franchise Nathan's Famous has sold. Smithfield Foods sealing the all-cash deal for $450 million to take over ownership. The original Nathan's started out more than 100 years ago as a 5-cent hot dog stand in Brooklyn's Coney Island and gained worldwide fame for its 4th of July hot dog eating contests that started in 1972. Like many companies, Nathan's says it was dealing with inflationary pressures and rising costs. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
That is a famous hot dog eating contest, but it's also one of the grossest things I'll ever watch.
I can't watch it.
Even do
Have you ever had Nathan's?
I have, yeah. Even in New York.
Yeah, they're
no
really
less.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, hopefully.
But I am a hot dog lover.
You know,
I can't eat them anymore like I used to, but man, I used to love a good hot dog.
What do you put on your hot dog?
Oh, I'm just ketchup.
Just ketchup?
Just ketchup. I'm just, purist.
Okay, so no mustard for you.
I don't do the mustard, no.
Okay. Roadway's off to a good start on this Thursday morning. Not seeing any delays on the freeways. We'll check traffic coming up next.
If you're talking, they will hear you.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time, but every chance we get. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids not only need to know the dangers and how to avoid them, they need to hear it often from you. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids and guide them through the challenges of growing up safe and healthy. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So talk, they hear you. You can do it if you try.
How does a soccer club born in an unlikely place,
Utah? You sure you want to do that in Utah?
built with players no one else wanted,
We knew no one believed in us.
reach the league's highest heights?
We finally did it. It was like just this feeling of getting to the top of the mountain.
How does that same team find a way to shatter expectations in the midst of a fight for its own survival?
Our club is burning to the ground as we speak.
I'm Amy Donaldson, and in a new podcast, Making of a Moment, the RSL story, we take a closer look at one of those iconic sports moments
Soccer is a crazy game, and we saw it firsthand tonight.
and unravel how knowing the truth of these moments can transform what they mean.
I just kind of got chills right now thinking about it.
Making of a Moment, the RSL story is available now. Follow us at makingamomentpod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
5:09, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, we still have this accident at southbound I-15 just before the south interchange off to the left shoulder. It is not blocking traffic, but the lights are flashing, so don't get caught up in staring at those and then make that situation any worse than it is, because nobody needs that this morning. If you're on the northbound side of I-15, however, your volume is fairly light, and you're going to be running at good speeds from the point of the mountain to downtown Salt Lake City. Over on the west side, Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway, 201, I-80, they're all at regular speeds at this point. No delays right now through the construction zone at Lake Point and Tooele. Down in Utah County, I-15 also rolling right along from Payson to the point of the mountain. Major feeders over to I-15 also looking really good. Andy?
So far, so good. If you're traveling south on I-15, Ogden to Salt Lake City should take you 30 minutes. No extra travel time getting to the freeways up north of Salt Lake City. And I-80, a little bit heavy westbound over the Summit right now, but eastbound is just fine.
Calling for another day of hazy sunshine and high clouds. Highs will top at 45. Overnight, 27, partly to mostly cloudy skies. 43 tomorrow, mostly cloudy. How about a 36 for a high on Saturday, mostly sunny skies? From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's cold this morning, though, 25 degrees downtown. Coming up in just a moment, KSL TV's Andrew Adams has a story for us on how a bus driver here in Utah says people are not stopping when he's picking up and dropping off kids. So, have you ever noticed that? People not, and I always wonder, did you not see it?
I don't drive as much when the buses are out right now,
Me
but
neither.
I can imagine the thought of, well, just me getting around's not, I'll look for the kids.
Yeah.
And that's the recipe for disaster.
Right.
And this is why the state law is so specific. You pass a bus when it's got the stop and the flashing.
Yeah.
That's I think it's a big fine.
Yeah. It's
Hopefully
just,
they're busting people.
I hope so too, but we're going to find out more in this story just ahead here on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at kslnewsradio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Hi, I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. When the IRS invades your life, it's never good news. Keep in mind, it's not just you.
I owed roughly $34,000.
$61,000. When the IRS first contacted me, I was horrified.
When they start hounding you and harassing you and assaulting you.
Don't face the IRS alone. With everything in your life at stake, don't trust just anyone.
From what I got told was being done in a matter of 2 years, he had done in a matter of like 48 hours.
It's a great thing to have the IRS off your back.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000.
Once I signed on with Jordan, I never talked to the IRS again.
It changed our lives.
You need someone to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com and get relief today. Let's solve your tax problems now. Visit endtaxworry.com. That's endtaxworry.com.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
Hi, it's Tori DeVito. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now
that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
KSL News Time, 5:13. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
today's opening day for the final Sundance Film Festival in Utah, and the first since the passing of its founder, Robert Redford, with multiple tributes planned to remember his legacy. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a study will look at Mill Creek Canyon to see if a shuttle service could help solve traffic issues.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We're still seeing the flashing lights southbound I-15 just before the south interchange, off to the left shoulder, not really affecting traffic. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another benign weather forecast today, but changes over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump surrounded by the leaders of several countries, including Egypt, Indonesia, Paraguay, and Vietnam, signing the charter for his peace board.
This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created. And it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it.
Saying no, Denmark, France, Norway, Sweden, and Slovenia. Several other countries have not said what they'll be doing. That signing taking place at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, where the Danish Prime Minister has just issued a statement saying of President Trump's desire to take over Greenland, we can negotiate on all things of political matters, but we cannot negotiate on our sovereignty. A looming ice and snowstorm that some meteorologists claim could be the worst in modern history begins this week.
The system will stretch some 2,000 miles from the south to the northeast, potentially bringing dangerous ice and feet of snow to millions over the weekend. Emergencies already declared in the Carolinas. Forecasters there warning this could be one of the most historic ice storms in modern history, with the potential for 12 straight hours of freezing rain.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. Acquitted of all charges, Adrian Gonzalez, the Uvalde, Texas school police officer accused of child endangerment for his actions on the morning of the Robb Elementary School shooting. ABC's Peter Haralambous has been covering the trial.
This was an immensely emotional scene as the verdict was read, not only from the families of the victims who were seated in the first few galleries of the courtroom, but from the defendant. Adrian Gonzalez visibly teared up. He hugged his lawyers. He looked immensely relieved as he realized that he wasn't going to spend years of his life in prison for what his lawyers say was his best effort to stop the shooting from taking place.
Immigration enforcement arriving in Maine as a federal judge rules ICE agents can use tear gas and pepper spray against peaceful protesters in Minnesota. This is ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. An Alpine school bus driver says cars aren't stopping when he's picking up and dropping kids off.
Now he is speaking up to raise awareness. KSL TV's Andrew Adams reports.
Unfortunately, in the 9 years, I've seen some really scary things.
Even on regular routes.
I've seen drivers pass me from behind.
Loading or unloading a bus is far from routine.
I have been in multiple days where we've had 5, 6, 7, 8 people just not paying attention, and they're running these things.
Bus driver Matt Burge says the flashing red lights mean only one thing.
You have got to stop.
And yet far too often, drivers don't stop, sometimes leading to dangerous close calls.
I actually got a hold of the young man, pulled him back as a car drove right by me.
So on a typical day, we may have 100 to 200 violations of drivers running our reds.
Alpine School District says it's taking the problem seriously, using cameras on buses to document and then forwarding evidence to police. But the bad behavior continues.
I think people are just oftentimes in a hurry, impatient, and I think sometimes they just don't understand the law and what to do when they see those reds, although they should.
My grade school, I have one stop with 80 students.
This bus driver doesn't want to see his students get hurt.
I wouldn't even get closer than 100 feet.
And he's pleading with others to stop on red.
It is not worth that extra time when you go around a bus to endanger a child or kill a child.
How many did they say?
100 to 200 a day in the Alpine District.
I had no idea. That's astounding.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of near misses, a lot of unnecessary risk.
You know, I've watched traffic for over 25 years.
Yeah.
And I'm never surprised at how important each driver feels they are. I don't need to.
That's interesting.
I don't need to, like, you don't understand how important this thing that I'm doing is.
Yeah.
I'll look for the kid, or
But
you
I have
kind of
to
like
get to this.
you see it and you're like, well, if I just get past now, I can be like, well, I didn't really see it. And it just comes from like, what is your priority? And he was right in that piece. You know, the amount of time it's going to save you going around, it's not going to be that much.
I don't know whether it's just
a couple of minutes at most.
As I've gotten older, this is so much easier for me. When I was younger, and if I felt like I was late for something,
Yeah.
I might drive in a way that was reckless. But now nothing is worth the 10 minutes. I do not mind going slow. Going slow does not upset me like it used to.
It's amazing how that changes the way you drive when you're not feeling that pressure and rush.
Yeah, especially in winter conditions, but really any time. If you need to pass me, you pass me.
I mean, he said he had to pull a kid back as a car went by.
I appreciate Andrew Adams' report there from KSL Television. Right now it's 5:19. Traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Jason?
Amanda, that accident that we had southbound I-15 just before the South Interchange has cleared, so you don't have to worry about that anymore, although it was never really affecting traffic too much anyway. Northbound side of I-15 still running smooth through the entire Salt Lake Valley. It's also running smoothly down in Utah County. If you're on the west side of the Salt Lake Valley, then you're going to find no problems right now. Bangerter Highway, Mountain View Corridor, 201 I-80 are looking good. No problems on the belt routes if you're down in Utah County. Major feeders over to I-15 are also looking really good. No problem right now in Provo Canyon or Big or Little Cottonwood Canyons as well. Andy?
Traffic on I-15 heading south is all clear between Ogden and downtown. Just a bit heavy on the northbound side of Harrison Boulevard. I checked that. Washington Boulevard going up towards 12th Street right now. No problems into Weber Canyon. So far, so good on I-80 through Parley's Canyon.
KSL 7-day forecast. We're going to start out quiet, but the weekend does have some colder air. Partly cloudy skies today. High of 45, hazy. More haze tomorrow, but clouds thicken up overhead, 43 the high. We're then going to drop off to 36 degrees, mostly sunny skies on Saturday. Sunday chilly as well, 39, mostly sunny. We're back to partly cloudy conditions and haze, 43 on Monday. Tuesday 45, hazy. More hazy sunshine and a couple of clouds on Wednesday, high of 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. I feel a little bittersweet, Andy, that with the opening of Sundance.
With it being the final one?
Final one.
Did
here
you ever
in
get to
Utah.
go up to any
Yes.
of them?
Years and years ago. I didn't see any movies. I just went up to sort of get the vibe for it.
Okay.
And my husband's childhood friend was here. It didn't take me too long to explain to you what that guy did. But anyway, we had some fun just going up.
Did you ever find some celebrities up there?
Oh, we saw him from a distance. You know, I had a girlfriend that used to try to get into the parties and things up there, and she'd always tell wild stories. She got into a Paris Hilton party once years ago. Yeah. Anyway,
I've only been up a couple of times. We back in I think 2016 or 2017. We were doing stuff for the Fan Effect podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And so I got to interview a few people. I got to interview Jason Isaacs.
Oh, I bet that was
kinda
fun.
Cool. And it was funny, too, because there's like a hierarchy. You got to interview the people you've never heard of, and then the agents will bring you the people that you have heard of, because they're trying to get all of their people
And the
some
people
publicity.
you've never heard of in 5 years might be superstars.
That's one of the fun things about Sundance. Perry Gilpin is somebody who, well, if you've watched a bunch of different series, but she had her debut at a Sundance film, and I remember they're like, why don't you interview Perry Gilpin? I'm like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
But then a few years later, I was like, I do know who that is.
Uh-huh.
So it is fun. It was fun to find the people before they were
The
stars.
42nd year. What a history. That's been part of this state, which is part of why we're so reluctant to let it go.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they're celebrating instead of feeling like that they're celebrating this year.
And honestly, because I don't ever get to go up and see the films, I never seem to get credentials. Yeah. But some of my favorite movies of each of the last 3 years, at the end of the year, came out of Sundance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, that one was at Sundance
And some
too?
of the best documentaries ever.
Yeah.
From Sundance. It's got such a history. Anyway, maybe you want to get up there and see a little bit of it this final year before it moves out of state. But you never know what the future holds.
And on the
Never
movie
burn a
show,
bridge.
Rachel's going to see a whole bunch of them.
Oh, okay.
And so next Friday, because today it starts.
Right.
But next Friday,
A week
she's going to
from
say,
tomorrow.
okay, look, you've still got another week, and these are the ones that I think you ought to go see.
Okay, good.
So
we'll check Money News coming up next.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. Don't miss Cold's new Season 3, where I look into the unsolved disappearance of Cherie Warren, a woman last seen leaving her job at a Salt Lake City office in 1985. Police cast suspicion on Cherie's estranged husband and boyfriend, but never made any arrests or recovered Cherie's remains. Find Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie, anywhere you get your podcasts.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Ubisoft, the publisher behind popular game Assassin's Creed, is seeing some major changes. Reuters reports the company announced a major reorganization that includes canceling 6 games and delaying several others. Shares dropped to the lowest price in 14 years after the news came out.
Utah is the spot to be for restaurateurs. 2 California-based companies are opening their first out-of-state locations here in Salt Lake City. Sidecar Donuts and Coffee. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not, but it's
I want to get
so
familiar.
I may need to get to know them.
That's now open in Sugar House, and Burritino Brick Oven Pizza is near the Sugar House Mill Creek border.
Ooh, I like the sound of that, too. Intel investors are optimistic. The company's stock closed at its highest in 4 years yesterday. Shares have gone up more than 140% in the past year.
All right, yesterday the markets closed way up after a dismal day the day before. Yesterday we made some of that back. The Dow closed up 588. That was 1 2/10%. S&P closed up 78. The Nasdaq closed up 270. And this morning they're headed north again. The Dow futures up 118. That's 0.25%. S&P futures up 34. That's 0.5%. Nasdaq futures up 201. That is 0.8%. Gold is down $9. We're at $4,828 an ounce.
Well, we had a crash this morning at Murray, but they got it cleared up, and so far that's been the only one that's affected anybody. We'll check traffic coming up next.
I have some good news for you today. Pay attention, pull over, whatever. American Home Loans has lowered their mortgage rates to only 5.5% on 30-year loans and 4 3/4 for 15 years. Yes, 5.5% fixed. But wait, what if rates go down again? No problem. Once you're a customer with American Home Loans, you don't have to worry about paying closing costs every time you refinance. That's right. Every time rates drop by 0.25% or more, they'll refinance you at no cost to you. Zero, zilch, nada. For details, call 801-262-2221. 262-2221. So now you can purchase a home or refinance at only 5.5% on 30 years and 4 3/4 on 15 years. And then if rates drop later, you can refinance at no cost to you. Call American Home Loans at 801-262-2221, 262-2221, or go to AmericanHomeLoans.com. AmericanHomeLoans.com. NMLS 245422, APR 5.8 30-year and 5% 15-year. Terms and conditions apply.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
Tell me about it. Did you have any idea that was going on?
None. I mean, you saw Derek at the game last night, too. Did you have a clue?
No, but you know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do. Kids hear first about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
It can be hard to tell sometimes, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, bullying, violence, anything, you need to tell an adult. Mom or me, a teacher, coach, school counselor, you know and trust.
Dad, no kid is gonna tell an adult about that kind of stuff.
I get it, but if we don't know, we can't help. Speaking up about a problem, that's what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Join KSL in the movie show Friday from 10 to 1 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East, Suite 203 in Sandy.
529, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
It's all clear on this Thursday morning, and we are seeing light volume again, as we typically do at this time of the morning. And so that means I-15 is going to run at regular speeds. 20 minutes of travel time right now from Draper to downtown Salt Lake City. On the west side, no problems on the Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway. The Belt Route is looking good. Down in Utah County, we're not seeing any trouble there on I-15 either. Your major feeders, 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing, they're clear so far this morning. Andy?
Southbound 15 hasn't seen any delays yet coming out of Ogden, but it's gotten a little bit heavy on the South Gate to Hill Air Force Base on Hillfield Road. So far, the Roy and the West Gates are just your typical light traffic. No slowdowns yet on I-80 in the part between I-15 and Parley's Canyon. And so far, only a 15-minute drive through the canyon.
Let's get a look at that weather forecast today. A lot like yesterday. Hazy sunshine, high of 45 degrees. 43 tomorrow with increasing clouds. We have a slight chance of rain tomorrow. And that little bit of storm system will blow out some of the gunk in the air. It'll be colder on the weekend, but clearer skies. 36 for a high Saturday, 39 Sunday. Then next week, that haze builds back up again, and we're back up in the mid-40s Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right now, it's cold, 25 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time 5:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Utah lawmakers are being asked to consider a bill to replace the word gender with sex in all state documents.
KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff begins our team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2026.
This is the 5th year in a row that anti-trans legislation has been introduced in Utah.
Veronica DeVille led a rally against this bill inside the Utah State Capitol.
It would remove protections based on gender for housing, medical institutions, foster care.
Representative Trevor Lee is the bill's sponsor.
This bill doesn't harm anyone. In fact, I would say it does the opposite. This is very unharmful because it helps protect the most vulnerable in our society. Our children should not be growing up in a world where they believe there's something that's called gender fluidity. That's not something you can change.
Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
Utah schools could soon be able to share information about student threats. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson explains.
This is one of the recommendations from the State School Safety Task Force. The new bill, sponsored by State Senator Darren Owens, would create a system so that local education agencies can share information about student threats when those students transfer.
So we can know before students are moving to other districts if they've had acts of violence and they're on a violent track.
Owens says this would solve a current blind spot that happens when schools admit a new student with no knowledge of if they have a history of violence or violent threats. He said this information would only be shared on a need-to-know basis to keep student privacy intact. On Wednesday, the Senate Education Committee gave this bill a favorable recommendation. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
A bill being proposed by a Utah lawmaker this year would make Android the state's official mobile operating system. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live now with the details. Brianna?
Andy, Senate Majority Leader Kirk Collimore tells KSL reporters someday everyone will admit Android has a better operating system than iPhone, and joked about facing discrimination from iPhone users who give him a hard time about his green text messages. If the bill goes through, it would join ranks with Utah's state cooking pot, state crustacean, and state tartan. Collimore says he doesn't really expect the bill to make it out of committee. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
What's the state's official cooking pot?
I don't know. That one. Dutch oven, maybe? A Utah lawmaker says they are getting pressure from the federal government to take action on immigration. But the governor says he still believes we need to have a balanced approach. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, Utah passed a slew of bills dealing with immigration in the last legislative session, and there are even more on the table this year. But even then, State Representative Trevor Lee, who's sponsoring at least one major bill dealing with immigration, says state lawmakers are, quote, getting much more pressure from the federal side to do something. Utah Governor Spencer Cox hasn't signaled any opposition to any of these bills on the table at this point, but he told the Deseret News, quote, we believe in the rule of law and we believe in treating everyone with dignity and respect. And he went on to say, we'll continue to work to do so. Cox also said it's important for everyone to remember why certain programs regarding immigration exist and what they were intended to do before potentially ending them or just tossing them aside. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Brianna tells us, Amanda, it is the Dutch oven.
Oh, yay!
Tonight, Governor Cox will give his State of the State address. His speech begins at 6:30, and you'll hear it live right here on KSL News Radio. We'll also carry the Minority Caucus response directly after. And be sure to stay with KSL News Radio throughout the legislative session for updates on bills impacting all of us. You'll get those updates on air and on our website, kslnewsradio.com.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump says he and NATO are still discussing the framework for a Greenland deal. ABC's Rachel Scott is there in Davos getting reaction from other world leaders.
We talk about our relationships with our allies really often, but it seems like it has reached a low point in a lot of ways. And all of the twists and turns of this saga and the president's effort to try to seize control of Greenland, the airing of private text messages, the threats and the insults, it really raises the question, is the NATO alliance as strong as we once thought it was?
Denmark's foreign minister tells reporters it's time to sit down with the U.S. and find out how can we address the American security concerns in the Arctic while respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
First look traffic, let's check in with Jason Jones.
Light volume on the roads and good speeds will greet you as you step out the door this morning. It's going to be an excellent commute, at least so far. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
A jury deliberated for more than 7 hours before finding a former Uvalde, Texas police officer not guilty for his lack of response during the Robb Elementary School shooting.
According to the defense lawyers, the jurors thought there were just gaping holes in the case, that there were some unresolved questions where they were really not satisfied by the argument posed by prosecutors. One thing that defense attorneys kept coming back to in this case was the fact that nearly 400 officers responded that day. This was institutional failure by law enforcement, a systemic issue in which this shooter was able to stay in the school for more than an hour, 77 minutes. And they argued that just simply prosecuting the former police chief and Adrian Gonzalez, who was just a police officer for the school, was unfair.
ABC's Peter Haralambous reporting.
A manager of a Sandy in-home healthcare company has been charged with stealing money from Medicaid. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Court documents say Caleb David Richardson overbilled Medicaid by $350,000. That money was used to make up for a payroll deficit, but at the same time, prosecutors say Richardson bought a home and 2 cars. The charges say the caregivers working for Helperly were asked to sit in their cars after shorter in-home visits and just wait. That way, the company could bill Medicaid for the full approved time for care. Richardson is now being charged with 3 counts of violating the Utah False Claims Act. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
An Alpine School District bus driver is asking all of us to obey the law and stop passing buses when their red lights are flashing.
It is not worth that extra time when you go around a bus to endanger a child or kill a child.
Matt Birch tells KSL TV he's been driving buses for 9 years and in that time has seen many close calls. He says just recently there have been days when as many as 8 cars drive around his bus when he has the flashing red lights on. The Alpine District says they see as many as 200 people a day driving past buses illegally.
Wow. Roadways moving pretty well, at least the freeways are, as we start off this Thursday morning commute. We'll check traffic and weather together next.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Jeff Kaplan.
When you're online, that's sometimes a source of fourth-hand information. Somebody does the reporting. Another website Googles, they find it, they rewrite it, and by the time you read it, you know the old game telephone. But KSL is a source of primary information. We have reporters on the street. They're out in the field finding out the details. And the difference between online and KSL News Radio, night and day.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
5:39, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
Well, Amanda, we begin this Thursday morning pretty much the same way that we have been beginning all of our commutes this week, with light volume on the roads, no accidents after they cleared that one that was on the southbound side of I-15. So you're accident-free and delay-free, and you're running at good speeds through the Salt Lake Valley on I-15. The Belt Route is also looking really good. No problems, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons right now. The roads are dry, and that's helpful. Keeping the speeds where they should be. Also 201 I-80 coming out of Tooele, no problems there. Down in Utah County, it's the same story. I-15 looking really good all the way up to the point of the mountain. No problems yet, and no crowding yet on any of your major side streets. Andy.
So far, no crashes on I-80 heading from Salt Lake to Park City, and so that means a cool, smooth drive through the canyon. Foothill Drive, light traffic at this early stage as well. Southbound 15. If you're getting on the freeway in Ogden, you should make it to Salt Lake in 30 minutes. It is getting a lot heavier on SR 193 approaching Hillfield Road, and we're starting to see the first little bit of slowing of the morning on 5600 South in Roy just before 1900 West. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with Human Kindness is here. Hello, Human Kindness.
All right, your Thursday's shaping up to be like Wednesday. 45 degrees today, partly cloudy skies, and a little valley haze. Tomorrow, 43, mostly cloudy. We might even see a flurry out of those clouds, but then cold air filters in behind it. Saturday, 36 degrees, and mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 25 degrees downtown. Bundle up when you head outside. Coming up next, we're going to be speaking with our crime and terrorism expert, Brad Garrett. This will be interesting. We'll look at what the national security issue is with Greenland. And Brad will explain to us how there is a real national security interest in Greenland, but how do we meet that interest while also respecting the sovereignty of another nation? He's got some ideas on that coming up next on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KSL News Time, 5:43. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a new bill proposes to create a system where schools can share a student's history of violence or violent threats with other schools if that student transfers. I'm KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson.
Second, a manager of a Sandy in-home healthcare company has been charged with stealing money from Medicaid.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Accident-free, delay-free, drama-free. That's how we're running so far this Thursday morning. We're not seeing any problems out there on the roads. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another day of hazy and quiet conditions, but cooler air over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Around 24 countries initially signing on to President Trump's Board of Peace.
We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch. And we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
Other countries, including Russia, still mulling over their invitations. Fresh Israeli strikes in Gaza have killed at least 11 people, including 2 teenagers and 3 journalists. It's one of the deadliest days since the ceasefire started. Millions of Americans bracing for impact from a monster winter storm.
We've got watches already in place from New Mexico down to Houston, all the way through Little Rock, Lexington, Pittsburgh. And we will eventually get them here in New York because we will see it move to the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast.
ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Zee. The death of a Cuban man in detention center after being picked up by ICE now being investigated as a homicide. This is ABC News.
The Trump administration says it's working on framework to take over Greenland. But what would that partnership look like?
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett joins us live. Brad, talk to us about what we can do to protect our national security short of buying that island.
So we have been using Greenland strategically as far back as World War II, and then goes into the Cold War. We've had a base there since the early 1940s. So strategically, base-wise, we are there. Now, back in particular during World War II and the Cold War, we had a number of bases, it's my understanding. And so I don't think any of that is going to change. So it's been unclear to me exactly where the president's going here. Originally, when he said he just wanted to buy Greenland, which obviously has been attempted a number of times since the 1800s to buy Greenland, and just never worked out. So I would say the following, that maybe it's more than just a strategic thing, and it clearly is that. I mean, you have Russia just not far away, and one of the reasons, obviously, we've had a base there since the 1940s is because of traffic of aircraft, et cetera. And if, for example, Russia launched some sort of nuclear device toward the eastern shore of the United States, the bases in Greenland would pick it up immediately, and we'll figure out. They would figure out what was actually launched. So it's all of those type of things. Now, the other side of this, obviously, is the natural resources that's under the ice, minerals, et cetera. And there's been large numbers about how much stuff is under there. But, you have to remind people it's still under tons and tons of ice. And granted, Greenland, like many parts of our frigid climate world, is melting. So we'll see where that goes. But that really strikes me as longer term. And obviously the other thing is, I think he wants to have a stronger foothold and a relationship with Greenland because of China and Russia, who are kind of circling Greenland with ice cutters, etc., working on it being a sort of a strategic place for them.
How is Greenland a strategic place for China with Russia separating the two?
From the natural resources standpoint of it, not so much that, and I don't know enough about this. Is that base helpful in reference to China? To your point, that may not be the case. However, China is super active in or around Greenland with ice cutters, other boats, submarines, etc. And so the concern is, I think, from the president's standpoint, if he doesn't become more aggressive and have a bigger foothold inside Greenland, that it could turn into a big problem.
We'll follow up with your help, Brad. Thank you. Brad Garrett with us on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. Right now, it's 5:49. Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back over to you, Jason.
Amanda, no new accidents out there so far this morning. You're going to be looking good if you are on I-15, rolling smoothly through the Salt Lake Valley, rolling smoothly through Utah County, for that matter, all the way up to the point of the mountain, around it, and into downtown Salt Lake City. The Belt Route is looking pretty fantastic. We're seeing a few extra cars on the road now. Northbound Bangerter Highway approaching the 201. No major backups, but it'll be a little bit crowded. And likewise over on Mountain View Corridor at 3500 South. 201 is a little bit slow, starting to slow down just a titch, right around 7200 West on the eastbound side there. So the only problems that we've got, none of them are very major. Down in Utah County, things are moving really well. Andy?
So far, I-15 heading through Davis County hasn't seen any delays going south all the way to downtown. The drive time at 30 minutes right now. Looks good on West Davis and Highway 89 as well for those arteries on east and west side of the freeway. If you're taking I-80 into Parley's Canyon, you've got the full speed limit up through the canyon. 15-minute drive to Kimball Junction right now from the 1300 East Sugar House area. And Foothill only seeing a little bit of waiting at the intersections up by Sunnyside and Mario Capecchi. Mortgage rates are down. Buy or refinance now. Visit loansbyrick.com today. That's loansbyrick.com. NMLS 241179. Equal housing lender.
KSL 7-day forecast. 45 today. Partly cloudy skies. Hazy. Tomorrow, 43. Some other changes. Mostly cloudy skies and a little hazy. We then get cold air in here on Saturday. Mostly sunny. 36. That's all you get for a high. 39. Mostly sunny skies on Sunday. Monday's 43, partly cloudy and hazy. More haze and mild weather Tuesday and Wednesday with partly cloudy skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 25 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Governor Cox's State of the State address is tonight.
I believe it's at 6:30.
6:30, and you'll hear it live right here on KSL.
We'll carry it right here, but the legislative session, they've hit the gas already.
Yeah.
Just in day one and day two. We've got bills already that have made it through committee, that have made it down to the floor for votes, and we're covering all of it for all 45 days right here on KSL News Radio. We'll hear first from the governor, and then we'll hear from the minority response right afterwards.
Good. Looking forward to that. We've got Cougar Tracks coming up next on KSL News Radio.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone's stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you, like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. And now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love, like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. We have locations in Farmington, Riverton, and Sandy.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
All the talks we've had over the years, including what you've told me about not using alcohol and other drugs, they stick with me. And believe it or not, they really do make a difference, especially at times that matter most.
Hey, want a drink?
No thanks, I'm good. So thank you, Dad, for talking and preparing me for what's ahead.
Thank you for talking.
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. McCormick, the spice and extract company, is having a rocky moment. The company says profits fell below analyst estimates. Reuters reports Trump-era policies have forced the company to find cheaper options for some things.
Adobe is introducing and incorporating new AI features. It could make your work much easier. The Verge reports it can summarize the information in words, audio, or video. It can also create presentations from information in a document. My kids use this all the time. My students use this all the time. That if they don't want to read a whole chapter, they'll just have AI tell me the most salient points. Because the thought of reading a whole chapter is just...
That's a lot of work, Amanda. That's really a lot of work. Costco is looking at implementing some new tech. Fox Business reports the company is working to add its card to a phone digital wallet. That's something that's overdue, to be honest. It could encourage shoppers to visit more due to the ease of entering and paying.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. The Dow Futures up 162. That's 0.3%. S&P Futures up 37. That's 0.5%. NASDAQ Futures up 214. That's 0.8%.
It's time for Cougar Tracks, brought to you by Central Bank's CB Vault, Utah's help center for startups and entrepreneurs. Visit cbutah.com and learn more. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
The 2026 BYU football schedule is out, and among the highlights on the 12-game slate includes 7 home games for the first time since 2011. One of those home games will feature Notre Dame traveling to Provo for the first time since 2004 on Saturday, October 17th. BYU only has 5 road games this season, and one of those is at rival Utah. The annual rivalry game in the Big 12 against the Utes will take place on Saturday, November 7th at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Other notables on the schedule include a General Conference Saturday matchup against TCU in Fort Worth on October 3rd, and then a Halloween clash against Arizona State at LaVell Edwards Stadium on October 31st. For more analysis and in-depth breakdown of BYU's football schedule in 2026, download the KSL Sports app today. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
For over 133 years, Central Bank has been a cornerstone of Utah County, providing generations of families and businesses with trusted community banking services, and are more than just a bank. Central Bank is part of Utah's legacy. With 12 convenient locations across Utah County, Central Bank combines the strength of traditional customer service with the convenience of modern technology. Customized one-to-one service means you're never just another account number, and your phone call actually rings to a real person.
Hi there, thanks for calling Central Bank.
Voted best bank and best mortgage in Utah Valley, Central Bank is here to help you with all your financial needs. From top SBA lending services for small businesses and quick turnaround times on construction loans. They're dedicated to helping you build your future. Whether you're cheering for the Cougars or building your dream home, trust the bank that's been here since the beginning. Central Bank, strong, local, secure, since 1891. Online at cbutah.com or any of 12 Utah County locations. Central Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
COVID-19, brought to you by CDC and the Ad Council.
Managing today's uncertainty can be overwhelming. We crave security, and it's uncomfortable when we sense a lack of control over our lives. Develop a routine for a more balanced lifestyle with healthy habits and fun. Focus on what you can control, even if it's little things, like a before-bedtime ritual.
Find more self-care and coping tips at coping-19.org.
Sign up for KSL Text Alerts. Get breaking news and traffic updates by texting the word news to 57500. Want access to exclusive contests? Text contest to 57500. Jazz fans, text the word jazz for breaking jazz updates. And Cougar fans, text BYU to 57500 for the latest on the Cougars. Message and data rates may apply.
5:59, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, we love the way the commute is starting this morning as we see no major accidents and really no delays on I-15. Gonna run at good speeds through the entire Salt Lake Valley. It is a little crowded, of course, northbound on Mountain View Corridor at 3500 South. A little delay that we had northbound Bangerter Highway, that is pretty much gone at this point at the 201. Also, whatever slowdowns we had eastbound on the 201 at 72nd West, that's gone now also. But we do expect that those will be, kind of a problem spot on and off all morning long. Nothing major there, of course. And down in Utah County on I-15, it's going to be clear sailing right now, all the way up to the point of the mountain. No problems on your major feeders. Andy?
Traffic up Foothill looks good until you get too close to Sunnyside. It's a little bit busy in both directions around the Sunnyside intersection area. South 15, 12 minutes getting on the freeway from Highway 89 in Farmington to get to the downtown 600 North exit. Traffic's all clear along Highway 89 from Farmington up to South Weber. Though if you're exiting I-84 at the mouth of the canyon, there is a little bit of delay on that exit ramp to Highway 89.
Let's get a look at that weather forecast today. More of the same as yesterday. We'll have hazy sunshine, a high of 45. 43 tomorrow, colder on the weekend. We'll be in the 30s for a high. Right now, it's 25 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
Today is the opening day of the final Sundance Film Festival in Utah. It's also the first festival since its founder, Robert Redford, passed away.
Organizers are planning to honor Redford's legacy this year. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Adam?
Amanda, today marks the beginning of the end of a 42-year tradition in Park City as the Sundance Film Festival prepares to move to Boulder, Colorado, starting next year. There will be 90 feature films this year, featuring actors like Natalie Portman, Olivia Wilde, Seth Rogen, and Channing Tatum. Though the focus of this festival won't be the A-listers, it'll be the legacy of the festival's founder, Robert Redford, who died in September at the age of 89. Organizers have planned several tributes to Redford, including at Friday night's fundraising gala. Also later in the festival, they plan to screen Redford's first independent film, Downhill Racer, as well as other classics like Little Miss Sunshine and American Dream. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Park City's mayor says they're treating this last Sundance Festival as a celebration. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, Mayor Ryan Dickey spoke with KSL TV's Deanie Wimmer, saying the festival has been a great way to boost the city's economy.
It's brought people and exposure to Park City, a ton of fun to Park City. Our residents have loved Sundance over the years.
He says while there are bittersweet feelings over the departure of Sundance, they're going to be taking the time to celebrate. There's a lot more to this interview. You can watch on 9 a.m.'s KSL TV Sunday edition with Deanie Wimmer. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Happening this morning, President Trump gathered a group of world leaders at Davos, and they signed an agreement officially starting the Board of Peace.
This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it.
There are a number of European countries that were invited to be a part of the board, but have not yet decided if they'll join. President Trump says one of the board's first tasks will be to plan out the future of Gaza.
President Trump is also talking about the future of Venezuela, which he says should see a financial boom. Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez says reform in Venezuela will be a slow process.
I think we have to follow the path that was outlined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which is first is stability, and unfortunately we have to deal with the current regime to achieve that. Then recovery, which talks about the economic recovery of Venezuela.
A deal with the current leaders in charge in Venezuela allows the U.S. to sell 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil.
Imprisoned biotech entrepreneur Elizabeth Holmes is once again making headlines. The former Theranos CEO, indicted for defrauding investors, is asking President Trump to reduce her prison sentence. She was sentenced to 11 years back in 2023. If the Trump administration agrees, she could get out at least 6 years early.
A study is underway in Mill Creek Canyon to see if a shuttle service could ease the growing parking problems. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera reports.
A shuttle through Mill Creek Canyon could be a realistic option. A new feasibility study by the Central Wasatch Commission says a seasonal canyon shuttle would work, especially during the busiest summer weekends. The study proposes service from June through October, running Fridays through Sundays with multiple stops throughout the canyon. Each shuttle would carry about 25 passengers, aimed at cutting down traffic and crowded parking. Public response was largely positive, with hundreds of comments submitted in support of the idea.
Next steps would still require approvals from UDOT, Mill Creek, and the U.S. Forest Service.
First look traffic in the 6 o'clock hour, and here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, we're seeing a big line of cars northbound on Mountain View Corridor. It's down in the West Jordan area, approaching 94th South. They're all in the right lane. It looks like maybe traffic's getting by on the left. Not exactly sure what's going on there. Don't have an accident on the camera per se, but we'll keep an eye on it here for you. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Time for KSL weather with Matt Johnson.
Folks, it has been dismal this year as far as snowfall is concerned in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake proper has picked up 1/10 of an inch this entire winter. Yes, there's outlying cities, along the Wasatch Front that have picked up a couple of inches, but still, the least snowiest season on record for Salt Lake City was winter of 1933 and 1934. Near and around the Dust Bowl era, they picked up 14.3 inches of snow. We've only picked up 1/10 so far this winter. Folks, we are absolutely crushing that record, and it's not a record we want to break.
Matt says we do have a cold front moving in Friday, but there's only a small chance for a few flurries in northern Utah, and there are no other storms in the 7-day forecast.
On the East Coast and Midwest, they keep getting storms, and a large part of the South is now bracing for a big storm.
The system will stretch some 2,000 miles from the south to the northeast, potentially bringing dangerous ice and feet of snow to millions over the weekend. Emergencies already declared in the Carolinas. Forecasters there warning this could be one of the most historic ice storms in modern history, with the potential for 12 straight hours of freezing rain.
ABC's Hannah Battah says the Department of Homeland Security is asking people in the path of the storm to take it seriously.
The Utah Mammoth pulled off an unlikely comeback, stunning the Philadelphia Flyers at the Delta Center. The Mammoth found themselves down 3 goals, but then they roared back and forced overtime, and it was Captain Clayton Keller who took care of business in the extra period.
Gunther holds to Keller, shoots and scores! Clayton Keller! A Wasatch walk-off! Oh, wow! And Utah all the way back to win it!
Oh, man, I love play-by-play.
It gives me chills.
That's the call on SEG Media. The game last night wraps up a 7-game homestand for the Mammoth. Now the team heads on a 4-game road trip starting on Saturday in Nashville.
That is really fun.
The Manaway Fire Department spent a few hours of their night saving a deer that fell through the ice. It's a volunteer fire department, and they say it feels like a big win for a small-town department.
Any problems in the commute, Andy?
Haven't seen any crashes yet, but it looks like we've got some backups on Mountain View Corridor that may be related to a crash. Might be some traffic lights. It looks like it's centered around Old Bingham Highway, both directions, seeing some backups. We'll get a check coming up next.
It's not too late. If you got government health insurance again, especially here in Utah, this matters because a lot of families are paying more and getting less. Everyone focuses on the monthly premium, and yes, at my policy quote, I can help there. In fact, many of my Utah families are seeing 47% savings and even more on gold level plans. But the bigger issue shows up when you actually need care. The moment that university or blue insurance card hits the counter, prices jump, and with family deductibles now climbing to $20,000, all of that bill lands right back on you. My name is Mike. At my policy quote, I help individuals and families and businesses move into private insurance based on health, not income, so you're not overpaying for things you'll never use. That means lower costs, access to national PPO networks, and a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government. If you pay your own health insurance, you're on COBRA, uninsured, or your employer plan is just too much, even self-employed or small businesses, call me, Mike, today. 385-367-6779. Again, that's 385-367-6779. Or visit mypolicyquote.com. That's mypolicyquote.com to get started now.
Utah is one of the best places to live, work, and raise a family. But for many Utahns, the dream of owning a home is slipping away. Home prices have risen faster than incomes, and families are spending nearly 2/3 of what they earn just to keep a roof overhead. From young graduates to grandparents, everyone is feeling the squeeze. Utah needs more homes, the right kinds of homes, so families can stay close and our communities can thrive. That's why Utah Workforce Housing Advocacy created Demand More Supply, a statewide effort helping Utahns understand the issue and take action in their own communities. Because when we work together, we can make housing affordable again for today's families and for future generations. Let's make the dream of owning a home a reality again. Learn more and add your voice at demandmoresupply.com. Demandmoresupply.com. That's demandmoresupply.com.
6:09 traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, we got a problem on Mountain View Corridor. It's both north and southbound at the old Bingham Highway there. Now, we've got it up on the camera, but we can't really see anything. Not sure if there's a major accident at that intersection or if it's just a traffic light problem or whatever. But on the southbound side, people are just lined up in that right lane there, and they're kind of actually off to the right shoulder a little bit. Looks like they're getting ready to turn right or something like that. And so we're not really sure what it is that's going on there, but just know that if you're on the southbound side or on the northbound side, it's going to take you a few extra minutes. If you're northbound on I-15, you're still looking really good through the Salt Lake Valley. No problems right now if you are over on the west side, Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway, other than, of course, the problem at Old Bingham Highway. Those are moving pretty well. Down in Utah County, we're not really seeing any trouble there. I-15 is moving smoothly up to the point of the mountain. Your major feeders over to I-15 are also looking really good. Andy?
No crazy delays or anything like that in Davis County on the city streets trying to get over to I-15. Even the gates to Hill Air Force Base, the west gate, 650 North Clearfield, a little bit busy under the freeway and back towards Main Street. But South Gate, okay, at Hillfield Road, and 5600 South and Roy at that north gate. Traffic looking good on both Harrison and Washington in Ogden so far this morning. And I-80 all clear through Parley's Canyon. Need electrical work done right? Camson Electric powers homes and businesses with expert service and clean installs. From upgrades to new projects, they handle it all. Visit CamsonElectric.com.
Hey, look for partly cloudy skies today with a high of 45 and, yes, more moderate air quality. Hazy tomorrow, 43, mostly cloudy. Then a cool front Friday night could drop us to 36 by Saturday afternoon, mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 25 degrees downtown. This is such an interesting story. These high school students that won a competition and will now be working with NASA on a project.
Yeah, at the JATC.
Is that the coolest thing?
I think that's really cool.
We get the story from Dan Rascone. KSL TV's Dan Rascone will share it with us next on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
What do you see when you look out the windows of your home? Are your windows sort of old and cloudy and scratchy, and maybe you don't even enjoy looking over there because the frames are falling apart a little bit, or they're just bulky? You don't really get to see the mountains beyond your home, or even the trees and beautiful backyard you have, because your windows just they're not doing it for you. I want to direct you to Peach Windows and Doors. What an amazing company this is. I went to meet with them, I don't know, it's been months ago now, and went to their showroom. First of all, because I wanted to get a new front door for my house. I wanted something different. We had this old, 1980s style door with this beveled glass, and I didn't like how big the glass was, and people could just see in everything when they came to the door. And I wanted something more secure and sturdy that just fit the house better. And I saw all of these beautiful front doors. I mean, they have entry doors for any door, but just beautiful examples there in the showroom. But then I learned about their tilt and turn windows that you can actually open and then you tilt them so you can clean both sides. Why are all windows not like that? That just seems like such a smart idea. And then I learned more about how, maybe we even make this window bigger in this space so that we'll let more of the outside in. Peach Windows and Doors are just the most quality, wonderful people to work with. You can find out what some Utahns have done. They have great pictures of some of the changes that they've made to Utah homes by replacing windows. Just go online to their website and see for yourself. It's peachwindowsanddoors.com.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open-range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, zero down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Don't miss the hot deals on 2025 RVs. Visit ParisRV.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KSL News Time, 6:14. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Park City's mayor says seeing Sundance go is bittersweet, but they'll treat this last festival as a celebration. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, a new bill proposes to create a system where schools can share a student's history of violence or violent threats with other schools if that student transfers.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Got a problem spot on Mountain View Corridor affecting traffic north and southbound and westbound for that matter. Looks like it might be a signal problem. I'm not sure. It's right there at the Old Bingham Highway. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another benign weather forecast today, but changes over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. This morning, President Trump in Switzerland met with his proposed new Board of Peace. There are a little over 20 members, but some of the U.S.'s traditional allies have either declined or not made a decision on whether they will join. To those who have gotten on board, including Azerbaijan, Pakistan, Vietnam, and Israel, the president says,
And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. Some cases not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life.
The president backing off his idea of tariffs against European countries who refuse his advances toward Greenland and says he has a framework now for a deal for a U.S. takeover. ABC's Rachel Scott in Davos with the president at the World Economic Forum.
NATO Secretary General telling Reuters the deal calls for allies to step up their Arctic security measures and believes it can be done early this year. The president has insisted the U.S. needs Greenland for national security, but an existing agreement already allows the president to expand American military presence on the island.
As an appeals court rules that ICE agents in Minnesota can use tear gas and pepper spray against peaceful protesters, the vice president is headed to the city of Minneapolis. In Texas, meantime, the medical examiner in El Paso has ruled the death of a detainee in ICE custody was a homicide.
ICE officials initially told the Washington Post that Geraldo Lunas Campos took his own life, focusing instead on his criminal history as an aggravated felon and convicted child sex offender. But forensics experts have found that the 55-year-old Cuban died of asphyxia due to neck and torso compression. Less than 2 weeks later at the same facility, a 36-year-old detainee from Nicaragua died of what ICE calls a presumed suicide.
ABC's Jim Ryan in Dallas. A jury in Corpus Christi, Texas, acquitting former Uvalde school police officer Adrian Gonzalez in his trial. This is ABC News.
We've got a really cool local story here. A group of high school students in West Jordan got the surprise of a lifetime when they learned they'll be working with NASA on an upcoming project.
KSL TV's Dan Rascone has the story.
Another typical day inside this hands-on aerospace engineering class at the Jordan Academy for Technology and Careers in West Jordan, or at least that's what these Jordan School District students thought.
Congratulations, NASA TechRise winners.
They had no idea a special announcement from NASA was coming. A group of their classmates had just won a national contest.
Mason, Blake, Canyon, and Zach.
4 students whose proposal was chosen among hundreds of applicants to work with NASA on a space project.
I am honestly shocked.
Zach Hall.
Oh my goodness, that was so crazy.
Mason Rice.
Wow, oh, that's crazy.
Kenyon Bullock.
I had forgot about this project.
And Blake Bigler had all come up with a proposal that will be used in a high-altitude balloon experiment that travels into the stratosphere.
They really reached for the stars.
It involves knowing how long data can be stored in space.
If they want to send something to space or something to Mars, they can calculate this is how long it's going to last. We've learned how long, how this is going to affect it, how this is going to affect it.
Dream come true for these boys to actually work with NASA.
Completely beyond my expectations.
So exciting. That's so awesome. I want to work for NASA one day. This is going to be much more like real world. It's like run by NASA, so that's pretty cool.
That is the coolest thing. I am so proud of them.
I mean, what a surprise. Hey, your experiment, NASA likes it, and they're going to do something with it. What a shot of confidence to somebody who's 16, 17, 18 years old.
I think what they do there at that center is really amazing. I had a son that went there. I think it catapulted his career going there.
It's a great resource for that district.
For sure.
And we've got some talented students here in Utah. Lest we forget, it's a good thing that we have Dan Rascone to remind us. That's the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
6:19 now. Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back over to you, Jason.
And Amanda, we had a texter that just texted in and said it's a construction zone issue there on Mountain View Corridor at the old Bingham Highway, that the lanes are limited down to just one in basically all the directions, well, at least north and southbound. Now, the delays there have cleared out a little bit. You're not going to be as backed up as you once were. It's mostly just over in the right and on the right shoulder anyway. If you're on the left, you're going to be getting by without too much trouble. So that is what we're being told is the problem there on Mountain View Corridor on I-15. It's looking good in the Salt Lake Valley. No problems into downtown Salt Lake City. If you're coming through that construction zone, another one out there at Lake Point and Tooele, it's going to be a little bit slow right now, but no major backups. And then, of course, down in Utah County, I-15 is looking really good, but Mountain View Corridor starting to fill in around Harvest Hills. Andy?
Well, traffic heading south is yet to see any delays between Ogden and downtown, and we're good to go on Highway 89, West Davis, and Legacy as well. So in Salt Lake City, if you're trying to take Foothill, it's starting to get a little bit heavier between 13th South and Sunnyside. I'm seeing traffic looking good on I-80 through Parley's Canyon, all the way to Highway 40 if you're going that far. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, endless possibilities with 3 locations: Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, and Performance Toyota, where excellence is standard. Start your search at performancebountiful.com.
KSL 7-day forecast. We're going to start out quiet, but the weekend does have some colder air. Partly cloudy skies today, high of 45, hazy. More haze tomorrow, but clouds thicken up overhead, 43 the high. We're then going to drop off to 36 degrees, mostly sunny skies on Saturday. Sunday chilly as well, 39, mostly sunny. We're back to partly cloudy conditions and haze, 43 on Monday. Tuesday 45, hazy. More hazy sunshine and a couple of clouds on Wednesday, high of 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, it's 25 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. We've got more Jazz tickets to give away, Andy.
Yeah, we want to send you to the Jazz game against the Clippers on Tuesday.
Ooh.
So you need to be listening tomorrow morning at 7:45 when we give you a keyword. And when you text that keyword to 57500, you'll be entered to win. It's that simple.
Maybe they'll have another game like they did.
Or where they came back. I mean, yeah, we sent a listener to that game, and they got to watch a huge comeback against the Timberwolves.
Fun. Yeah.
James Harden with the Clippers.
Yeah,
Kawhi Leonard. I mean, there's some good players
for sure
to watch on the other team, too.
That's going to
be
fun.
It's nice when we beat good players.
So tomorrow, 7:45, be listening right here, and good luck.
Many of us not only are reflecting on the year past, but we're looking forward to the new year. And a great place to kick in the new year is at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And of course, we're very lucky. We've got 2 locations. We've got Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. Anticipate that special meal after everything calms down in early January. We all need a little bit of a boost, right? It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Think of those delicious steaks that are served on that sizzling hot plate. And of course, there are other entrees as well, poultry, seafood, cooked to perfection. The side dishes are magnificent. And of course, before you start your New Year's diet, you might want to cash in on one of those wonderful desserts that awaits us at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is the time. Make your reservations now. Kick in the new year with Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Netflix the updated ad-supported tiers are actually making a profit for the company now. CNBC says the tier, launched in 2022, has massively increased the viewership. We're going back to being okay with commercials again.
Yeah. As long as we can time shift. That seems to be the thing, right? Along with Dry January, some young people are trying No-Buy January. The goal is simple: to not buy anything that isn't essential, like clothes, electronics, tickets to events, whatever. The Wall Street Journal says out of a survey with 2,000 people, a quarter have tried to do it, and 12% said they're doing it this year. So food, you need food and gas. But other than the essentials, to not buy anything discretionary for a month.
Some of us do that involuntarily.
Yes, yeah.
Multiple Utah eateries have made it to the semifinal of the 2026 James Beard Award. This foundation is considering Juna, an Italian and Japanese restaurant in Salt Lake City, Post Office Place, a bar in the city, The Pearl, and others.
Oh, wow. Let's get a look at your money at this moment. The Dow futures are up 164. That's 0.3. S&P futures up 39. That's 0.5%. NASDAQ futures up 225. That is 0.9%.
Boy, it is rough. If you're trying to use Mountain View through the intersection at Old Bingham Highway, we've got construction causing problems. It seems to be worst for northbounders. We'll get a check of traffic coming up next.
I wouldn't wish this on any of you. I don't want you to have a plumbing problem or have a furnace problem or a problem with your water heater. There's nothing worse. You get in the shower and there's no hot water. And so you take bird baths until you can get a plumber out there. I have to tell you, the reason why I do not stress about these things anymore, because they happen to all of us.
That's the thing. They're going to happen.
If you own a home, something's going to go wrong eventually. But if you have Superior Water and Air, if you know, okay, I can call them, their response is always going to be, we got this.
You know, I've been noticing I'm having to turn my shower handle further to the left to get it to the hot that it used to be right in the middle.
You might want to have a look at that.
Which is telling me that I've got to probably get my hot water heater looked at. I still got the old big giant tank.
Yeah.
And that's what's exciting. Next time, we're going tankless.
Tankless. And we did. When I first had Superior out to the house, they took care of, I had 2 giant water heaters for this huge house we used to live in. And he said, man, you're burning a lot of energy keeping that much water hot all the time. Whenever when they run their course, you might want to think about a tankless. And a couple years later, we did. Having hot water on demand, Andy, is awesome.
And the great part is when we do finally do that, we can go with financing from Superior Water and Air, and they'll tailor that financing to fit what our needs are at that moment.
Right. If you know you're getting a tax refund or something, you could do like 90 days, same as cash. I mean, they have all kinds of options. So don't put it on your credit card and pay that 30% interest. Use the financing at Superior Water and Air.
And don't put it off either. Give them a call, 801-974-9090, or schedule online at superiorwaterandair.com.
Jeff Kaplan.
When I was a kid, my parents got me a subscription to Newsweek magazine. I would devour every page into the night. And to this day, I sit on my iPad looking for stories for my Minute of News, flesh out our coverage, and I get to share the news with you.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
The Morris Columbus Travel Expo is turning 30. Join them for huge travel deals and hourly prizes January 23rd and 24th at the Mountain America Expo Center. Don't miss it. Get tickets now at utahtravelexpo.com.
629, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, it's this problem over on Mountain View Corridor that's our biggest trouble spot of the morning, both north and southbound, actually westbound as well right there at Mountain View Corridor is all affected. And we're told by a texter that it is construction. They're trying to merge everybody down into one lane in both directions there. And so that may be what is causing those problems. It's going to be fairly slow and going to take you a bunch of extra time to get through that intersection this morning. So I would stick over on Bangerter if you possibly can. It's probably going to be better off for you in that if you're trying to get through that stretch this morning. I-15 is still looking really good in the Salt Lake Valley, also down in Utah County. It's a little crowded right now on Mountain View Corridor down in Utah County around Harvest Hills. Andy?
Traffic on I-15 heading south is all clear from Ogden to downtown. Drive times right now, it's about 18 minutes from Layton-Kaysville border to downtown Salt Lake City. No West Davis delays yet. Starting to get a little bit heavier on 5600 South in Roy, heading over towards I-15. But the west and south gates, pretty typical for this time of day. Join 3-time Tony Award winner Patti LuPone January 26th at Abravanel Hall as she celebrates the 25th anniversary of her acclaimed concert, Matters of the Heart. Tickets on sale now at utahsymphony.org.
Today, it's going to be a lot like yesterday. We'll have hazy sunshine, highs in the mid-40s. Pretty much the same tomorrow, although we do have a little bit of a front moving in tomorrow that might blow some of this bad air out. Colder on the weekend. Right now, it's 25 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6:30. KSL's top story this hour.
A Utah state lawmaker wants to replace the word gender with sex for all state documents and publications.
State Representative Trevor Lee is sponsoring House Bill 183, Sex Designation Amendments.
And we need to get back to basic biology, just male and female. Our state code should reflect that, and so the bills that we run will also reflect that we are making sure that we're not giving preferential treatment to someone who believes they have a made-up gender.
Kriya Rice was part of a rally against this bill at the Utah State Capitol.
Being queer is not a choice. If being queer was a choice, none of us would choose to be under attack. None of us would choose to have our rights stripped away. We would not choose all of the things that we are going through.
Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
A transfer student's history of violence or making violent threats would be shared with their new school under a newly proposed bill. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson has the details.
Utah's School Safety Task Force recommended this as a step they need to take to make sure there are no gaps in student safety. The new bill would create a system that allows local education agencies to flag if a student may have a history of being a threat, so schools in different districts are aware of a transfer student's background. The sponsor, State Senator Darren Owens, shares an example of why this matters.
The victim had moved to another school, and the perpetrator actually went and enrolled in that new school. The school had no idea that there had been issues. admitted the student and put him in the same exact classroom with the victim.
Owen says they would implement this system with student data privacy in mind and only share this information on a need-to-know basis. The Senate Education Committee has given this bill a favorable recommendation. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
A bill set to be introduced in this year's legislative session would make Android the state's official operating system. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis reports. Brianna?
Amanda, if Utah can have a state dinosaur, why not a preferred operating system? Senate Majority Leader Kurt Colomore joked with KSL reporters, saying everyone else in his family uses iPhone, and he often has to deal with teasing on his green messages. But someday everyone will admit Android is a better product. This isn't the first strange bill penned by Colomore. Last year, he proposed celebrating Halloween on the last Friday of October. Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
A Utah lawmaker says the federal government is pressuring them to take more action on immigration. But Utah's governor says it's important they think carefully when doing so. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Andy, Utah passed a slew of bills dealing with immigration last legislative session, and there are even more on the table this year. But even then, State Representative Trevor Lee says state lawmakers are, quote, getting much more pressure from the federal side to do something. Some of the bills could impact certain programs immigrants benefit from. For those specific proposals, Utah Governor Spencer Cox told the Deseret News, quote, it's important for people to actually think a little bit about these things, to understand why they exist, what the purpose of them was, and then we can make better decisions. Cox also said they need to continue to both uphold the rule of law and treat everyone with dignity and respect. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Tonight, Governor Cox will give his State of the State address. His speech begins at 6:30, and you will hear it live right here on KSL News Radio. We'll also carry the Minority Caucus response directly after. And be sure to stay with KSL News Radio throughout the legislative session for updates on bills impacting all of us. You'll get those updates on air and on our website, kslnewsradio.com.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump says he's still working on the details with NATO on his Greenland deal. ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is there in Davos.
So the president has this meeting with the NATO Secretary General, and he says in it they discussed a framework of a deal, a concept of a plan. But when asked by CNBC, he didn't offer any more details. And whether or not Denmark and Greenland itself agrees to the terms. One thing is very clear. It appears the United States is not going to own Greenland outright.
President Trump did remove his threat of new tariffs on NATO countries after he says they reached a framework of a deal.
First look traffic now, and here is Jason Jones.
Amanda, it's still a trouble spot over on Mountain View Corridor at the old Bingham Highway, both north and southbound and westbound for that matter. So I guess I should say all three, not both. But anyway, there are backups in all of those directions, and it looks like it's due to some construction. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
A jury deliberated around 7 hours before finding former Uvalde, Texas police officer Adrian Gonzalez not guilty for his lack of response during the Robb Elementary School shooting.
Gonzalez charged with 29 felony counts of child endangerment, one for each of the 19 fourth graders who died in the shooting and 10 students who survived in classroom 112. Prosecutors spent 9 days trying to prove to the jury that he, quote, failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter after allegedly hearing the gunshots and learning about the shooter's location. The defense spending 3 hours presenting their case, calling 2 witnesses. Gonzalez did not take the stand.
Thank you for the jury for considering all the evidence and making that verdict.
In Corpus Christi, Texas, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
A Sandy man is being charged after police say he stole from Medicaid. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Helperly was found by Caleb David Richardson. It was formerly known as Grand Kids LLC and is an in-home health provider. Court documents say Richardson was overcharging Medicaid for visits, and it was to make up for a payroll deficit. But at the same time, he also bought a house and 2 cars. Court documents say he would ask employees to sit in their cars after short appointments so he could charge for the full approved time of care. Richardson is now facing 3 counts of violating the Utah False Claims Act. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
The Alpine School District says they're seeing as many as 200 people a day driving around stopped school buses that have their red lights flashing.
I think people are just oftentimes in a hurry, impatient, and I think sometimes they just don't understand the law and what to do when they see those reds, although they should.
Alpine School District Director of Operations Joe Hayes tells KSL, under Utah law, drivers in both directions need to stop, and there is a $1,000 fine for the violation.
Any problems in the commute, Andy?
We have that problem on Mountain View Corridor at Old Bingham Highway. It's more for northbounders than it is for southbounders, but it is affecting north-south and westbound traffic because of road work in the area. We'll check traffic coming up next.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You've heard me talk now for years about the Connecticut soft water system that we have in our home. As we head into the colder weather, if you're dealing with dry and itchy skin, do you notice your skin is cracking? It's uncomfortable and the lotion doesn't seem to give you the relief you need? Hard water may be a hidden contributor to that pain and discomfort of dry, itchy skin. I've got Monty here from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer and an expert in overcoming challenges with hard water here in Utah.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. When you shower in hard water, the minerals don't rinse away completely, forming a film in your skin, leaving you feeling tight, dry, and constantly itching.
So the hard water minerals are essentially leaving a sticky residue on my body and even in my hair?
Exactly. Connecticut removes the minerals before they touch your skin, leaving you feeling silky, smooth, and comfortable.
Do what I did and stop buying expensive lotions and start treating the source of the problem. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com.
6:39, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Jason?
I-15 is moving smoothly through the Salt Lake Valley, Amanda. It's looking really good from Point of the Mountain to downtown Salt Lake City. It's also moving really well down in Utah County as you travel up towards the Point of the Mountain there. The only real trouble spot we've got is on Mountain View Corridor. This is going to be around the Old Bingham Highway, both north, south, and west. I keep saying both, but anyway, north, south and westbound is where we are seeing the delays. It is because of some road work that is going on in that area, and that's what's causing those problems. You probably want to stick over on Bangerter Highway. A little bit further up Mountain View Corridor, it's also getting crowded right around 3500 South. You're going to run a little slow through the construction zone at Lake Point into Tooele, and we are starting to see 2100 North down in Lehigh fill in a little bit, as well as the Corey Ride Highway over to Saratoga Springs from Eagle Mountain. Andy?
Right now, Jason, southbound I-15, still only a 30-minute commute from Ogden to downtown. It's been a little bit heavier at Southgate to Hill Air Force Base. No slowdowns on I-84 into Weber Canyon. And right now, at least, it's still a clear drive I-80 through Parleys to Salt Lake, from Salt Lake to Park City. Are you tired of dealing with missing teeth? Are you ready to ditch the dentures? The experts at Stubbs Dental can change your life with dental implants. Get started at StubbsDental.com today.
Calling for another day of hazy sunshine and high clouds. Highs will top at 45. Overnight 27, partly to mostly cloudy skies. 43 tomorrow, mostly cloudy. How about a 36 for a high on Saturday, mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's cold, 25 degrees downtown. I'm looking forward to our conversation with Stephen Portnoy coming up in just a moment. What is the status of the action in Congress to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt for not complying with that subpoena? Let's talk more about that just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
For a while there, before artificial intelligence, the hottest technology in the world was the Roomba. Homemakers were losing their dang minds about a vacuum that needed no human to steer, to push, to wedge it into nooks and crannies. Proof it doesn't even have a handle. It's just an oversized hockey puck that pivots and pirouettes its way to a clean carpet and then empties itself. But what Roomba owners quickly learned was that it's lousy at mapping your house. The device skitters around your house skiddly-wumpus like a blindfolded drunk, getting stuck under the couch, scaring the pets. But here's one husky who figured out how to turn the thing on. Rex just uses his snout to press the off button. Good boy. Roombas have improved over the years, but not enough to save the company. A company called iRobot, a startup that at first made autonomous military hardware. A dozen years after they started, they made the pivot to vacuum cleaners, and the company took off. And now has come back down to earth. A few weeks ago, iRobot declared bankruptcy, done in by tariffs and Chinese companies that make a better vacuum cleaner. Quieter vacuums that map better, clean better, and cost less. And now iRobot has been bought in bankruptcy by a Chinese company with one of those made-up names you see on Amazon. Its name is Roborock. Sounds like something from the Flintstones, but it's not. It's the end of an American success story.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done, or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time, 6:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
state lawmakers say they're getting more pressure from the federal government to take action on immigration. Utah's governor says if they do, they need to preserve the rule of law and treat everyone with respect. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, Governor Cox will give his State of the State address tonight. His speech begins at 6:30, and you will hear it live right here on KSL News Radio.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Corridor seeing problems north, south, and westbound at Old Bingham Highway due to road work in the area. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another day of hazy and quiet conditions, but cooler air over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. About 24 countries make up the initial class of President Trump's Board of Peace, announced this morning in Davos, Switzerland. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
This is a group of leaders that are about action. And the President of the United States is a president of action, of getting things done. And today is the beginning of that, of a new era and a new stage that we think is so important as a model to the rest of the world of what is possible.
Vice President J.D. Vance heading to Minnesota to meet with ICE officials there today. Immigration operations are also ramping up in Maine. Former Special Counsel Jack Smith set to testify this morning before the House Oversight Committee. He is the one who indicted President Trump twice. Not guilty, the verdict in the trial of the former Uvalde school police officer accused of not doing enough to stop the massacre at Robb Elementary School. This is ABC News.
Well, let's go in depth now. Former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton are facing resolutions that, if passed, would hold them in contempt of Congress for failing to comply with a subpoena related to the Jeffrey Epstein case.
ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy joins us live. Boy, it's a strange thought to think of a former president being held in contempt of Congress.
It certainly is, but it could happen. You had 9 Democrats in the House Oversight Committee voting with Republicans to advance this measure to the House floor with respect to Bill Clinton. Vote was 34-8. That is an overwhelming bipartisan, demonstration here, and it suggests that the House will, on a similar basis, pass a contempt resolution targeting former President Bill Clinton. The one targeting Hillary Clinton also passed more narrowly. 3 Democrats signed on to that. The Clintons say that this is a partisan inquiry, that they have little to offer to the public's understanding of what Jeffrey Epstein was up to, that the moment they learned of it, they disassociated themselves. They called the subpoenas they've been issued legally invalid. They say that then former President Donald Trump suffered no consequence for failing to appear before the House January 6th committee after he was subpoenaed. And they say that if the House moves forward in this direction, they are going to fight it vigorously. But it could mean that they will be in legal jeopardy, because if the House does approve a contempt citation, well, then it would go to the U.S. Attorney's Office to prosecute.
And what could be potential consequences from that?
Well, they could wind up facing criminal charges.
Has the House indicated, has this oversight committee indicated if they will subpoena the sitting president, Trump, to testify about the Epstein files?
Not that I've seen or heard. One of the things that the Clintons are arguing is that this is all a distraction. They note that the Justice Department is sitting on 2 million pages plus of documents that the law requires be released. That law required the release of those documents more than a month ago. The Justice Department says that it's pulled attorneys from across the department to review all these pages, and, well, they're working on it. But nevertheless, the Clintons say that this is all about trying to make them boogeymen. Now, why haven't they testified? They say that they're willing to work out some sort of effort with the committee to kind of sort of provide testimony, maybe in writing. But either way, the committee wants what the committee wants, and now you have a bipartisan demonstration that it does not want to have witnesses turning their noses up and saying, no, they won't appear. Now, the Clintons could come and they could plead the Fifth if they wanted to, but they've so far decided that they're not going to do it. It doesn't mean they won't change their minds.
Stephen, let's pivot for just a moment. And could you give us an update on the Supreme Court case yesterday where the justices were questioning the president's power to remove a member of the Federal Reserve Board? What did we learn yesterday?
You had justices across the political and, ideological spectrum, questioning whether the president was within his rights to fire a Federal Reserve Board member, Lisa Cook, who stands accused, even it's not in court, but the allegation's been made that she lied on mortgage applications back in 2021 before she joined the Fed. She bought 2 properties at around the same time, claimed on the applications that both were going to be her primary residences. Obviously, you can only have one. She describes that through an attorney as an inadvertent mistake and says that she actually wrote a letter to the bank that said that it was one of those houses was a vacation home, which would undermine any argument that she was trying to commit fraud. Nevertheless, the administration says, well, this is Lisa Cook playing fast and loose, or at least being grossly negligent in how she handled her own affairs, and someone who does something like that shouldn't be on the Fed, and the president has the right to make that determination, and the law allows for the Fed governor to be fired for cause, and that's the end of the story. Well, the other side of the argument is this has never happened in the 100-plus year history of the Fed. What's to say that a mistake rises to the level of cause? What is the process used to determine that cause has been reached? And what about the independence of the Federal Reserve? Justice Brett Kavanaugh, Trump appointee, said, in his words, what goes around comes around. He's concerned, clearly, that the next president could fire all of Trump's appointees to the Federal Reserve. And then you have a Federal Reserve that is no longer trusted by the international banking community or, American investors. What does that do to the value of the dollar and the American economy?
Fascinating. Thank you so much for your reporting. Stephen Portnoy with us on the In-Depth at 15:45. Let's get another look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Volume has increased, and northbound I-15 is a little slow around the south interchange, and then again at 3300 South as you make your way into downtown Salt Lake City. No major backups, but you're going to run, less than 70 miles an hour over on Bangerter Highway. It's also crowded northbound side approaching 3500 South, as it is on Mountain View approaching 3500 South. But Mountain View down south is really where the trouble spot is. It's right around the old Bingham Highway. Traffic is heavily delayed on the northbound side. It's also affecting southbound and westbound as there seems to be some construction in that area, and that's what's causing those delays there. In Utah County, as you approach this point of the mountain, it's a little bit slow. Just past SR 92 there in Lehigh. Also 2100 North is looking a little bit like it's starting to fill in there as well. And let's see, Corey B. Wright Highway over to Saratoga Springs, also seeing increased volume. Andy?
Well, traffic south on I-15 is still clear between Ogden and downtown, but on 215's westbound, we've got some delay building up after that 2200 North exit going down towards 700 North near the airport. Foothill starting to see its first real heavy stretch around 1700 South showing now. And I-80 through Parley's Canyon looks like you're still clear all the way through Kimball Junction and Highway 40. Step aboard history. Walk through recreation. See real artifacts. Feel the legacy of Titanic. The exhibition open now at the shops at Southtown in Sandy. Tickets at thetitanicexhibition.com.
KSL 7-day forecast. 45 today. Partly cloudy skies. Hazy. Tomorrow, 43. Some other changes. Mostly cloudy skies and a little hazy. We then get cold air in here on Saturday, mostly sunny, 36. That's all you get for a high. 39, mostly sunny skies on Sunday. Monday's 43, partly cloudy and hazy. More haze and mild weather Tuesday and Wednesday with partly cloudy skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 25 degrees downtown. And the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. The Oscar nominations are out, Andy.
They are. I was just looking down the list right now, Amanda. Best Picture, because they do 10 of the Best Picture and then 5 of everything else in every other category. Best Picture nominees, Begonia, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent, which is a foreign film, Sentimental Value, Sinners, and Train Dreams. Have you watched Train Dreams yet?
No,
It's on Netflix.
Oh, yes, we did start. It was
It's
so
really
slow.
It is very
But,
slow.
You know, maybe I just wasn't in the right spirit to watch it. We'll do it another time. But what is there a front runner there, do you think?
I would guess it's probably One Battle After Another. That's the one with DiCaprio.
Right.
It won the Golden Globe.
Yeah.
I think it's won a couple of others. So I guess that's the front runner, but I don't know.
More on the movie show tomorrow here on KSL News Radio.
Amanda, is your money lazy? Is it doing everything it could to multiply itself on your behalf? If not, then maybe consider UCCU opening a high-rate savings certificate.
If your money's just sitting in a savings account, it's not working hard enough. I mean, you've noticed this. Once in a while, if you go check your statement, you'll see that you got 24 cents of interest added to your savings account. And there is a better way to do this. If you can know, okay, I don't need to touch this money for, X number of months or years even, you can open a savings certificate with that money and make your money work harder.
Yeah, we call it supercharging your savings because it's a higher interest rate than a typical account. The only catch is you just got to leave it alone for that time. So if it's money you weren't going to touch anyway, you might as well get more of it back.
Have you let your money sit in a savings account for a time? I've told my son this. In fact, I need to check and see if he followed through on this because he saved a certain amount of money that I know he hasn't touched for like a year, and he could earn so much more if he just transfers that over to UCCU.
Yeah, the more you deposit, the more you earn. It's easy. All you got to do is go to uccu.com and then click on a high yield savings option and click supercharge your savings. It's so easy.
UCCU, love where you bank.
Since 1947, Whipple Service Champions has been Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Got a high-price repair bill from another company and you're just not sure about it? Call Whipple. Get a free no-pressure estimate or bring in their quote for an honest second opinion totally free. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's first place for a second opinion since 1947. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. 385-273-7167.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Ubisoft, the publisher behind popular game Assassin's Creed, is seeing some major changes. Reuters reports the company announced a major reorganization that includes canceling 6 games and delaying several others. Shares dropped to the lowest price in 14 years after the news came out.
Utah is the spot to be for restaurateurs. 2 California-based companies are opening their first out-of-state locations right here in Salt Lake City. Sidecar Donuts and Coffee is now open in Sugar House, and Buratino Brick Oven Pizza is near the Sugar House Mill Creek border.
Intel investors are optimistic. The company's stock closed at its highest in 4 years yesterday. Shares have gone up more than 140% in the past year.
Dow futures up 193 at this hour. S&P up 41. The NASDAQ futures up 230.
Traffic on I-15 is moving pretty well. First little slowdown of the morning showing up in Murray, but the biggest delay, Mountain View Corridor. We'll update that coming up next.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now,
It's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Ready to win? Head to KSL.com/win for your chance to score big. This week, you could win tickets to see comedy legend Brian Regan live. Don't miss your opportunity to laugh all night with one of the most beloved and hilarious comedians around in an unforgettable live show. New contests are added all the time, so there's always another chance to win big. Don't miss out. Visit KSL.com/win today and enter to win. That's KSL.com/win.
6:59, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at UCCU.com. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, the problem that we have continues over on Mountain View Corridor, north, south, and westbound. Apparently, there's also a signal light that's west of Mountain View Corridor, between Mountain View Corridor and the Bacchus Highway, and that's causing a big problem for the westbounders, and that's also affecting the traffic at the north and southbounders at that intersection there of Old Bingham Highway and Mountain View Corridor. Anyway, you look at it, whatever's causing the problem, it's just a pretty big mess there, so you probably should want to avoid that. Stick over on Bangerter Highway if you can, because it's going to take you quite a while to get through there if you're north or southbound. Over on I-15, a few pockets of slowing, run around the south interchange, maybe again at 3300 South, and it's starting to fill in over on Bangerter Highway on the west side of the valley. Down in Utah County, we are seeing the volume increase on 2100 North and also on Corey B. Wright Highway, but so far no major delays there. Andy?
Traffic on I-15 heading south is all clear through Davis and Weber counties, but a crash on the west side belt, the reason for our slowdowns going from 2200 west down towards 700 north, 2200 north, pardon me, down to 700 north. The crash all the way over to the right shoulder, but it's still creating that slowdown coming out of Davis County, mostly for the people off Legacy. Bad air quality got you down? Take UTA. Give yourself more time to breathe. Plan your trip at rideuta.com.
45 for a high today with more of that hazy sunshine. And right now it's 25 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story on the 7 o'clock report.
Today's the start of the final Sundance Film Festival that will be held in Utah.
It's also the first festival since the passing of its founder, Robert Redford. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Adam?
Amanda, today's the first day for the 42nd and final Sundance Film Festival in Park City as the festival prepares to move to Boulder, Colorado starting next year. Between today and Sunday, February 1st, the festival will be showing 90 feature films featuring actors like Natalie Portman, Olivia Wilde, Channing Tatum, and pop star Charlie XCX. But the festival is also planning some special tributes to remember its founder, Robert Redford, who died at the age of 89 back in September. Organizers are expected to pay tribute to Redford at the fundraising gala Friday night. Then later in the festival, they plan to screen Redford's first independent film, Downhill Racer. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The Park City mayor says they'll spend the last Sundance Film Festival celebrating and not worrying about what comes next. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, in an interview with KSL TV's Deanie Wimmer, Mayor Ryan Dickey says the festival first came as an experiment to get people to the town during a slow winter month, but things are different now.
We had 2 years of COVID without Sundance, so we got to get a good gauge on what happens when Sundance isn't here.
He says that he will be treating this year's festival as a celebration for what has been. There's a lot more to this interview. You can watch on 9 a.m.'s KSL TV Sunday edition with Deanie Wimmer. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
In other news this morning, 2025 was a big year for movies here in Utah. The Utah Film Commission says 36 productions were filmed in 14 counties across the state. The filming brought in more than $136 million in spending and created more than 3,600 local jobs.
Well, developing news, the Ogden Fire Department responded to a house fire this morning after a police officer spotted smoke coming from the roof of a house near 2200 Monroe Boulevard. Firefighters did a quick search inside and evacuated 9 people. The fire was then found smoldering in the attic and was put out.
KSL's top national stories this hour happening this morning. President Trump sat down with a group of world leaders in Davos and signed an agreement creating what he calls the Board of Peace.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza.
The president says the goal of the board is to resolve global conflicts.
President Trump is also talking more about the future of Venezuela, saying the country is poised for a financial boom. Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez tells ABC News he trusts the path that the Secretary of State and the president have laid out for Venezuela.
It's going to take some months, not years, some months, until we get to what we finally all want, including the Venezuelan people, which is democracy and freedom for them.
President Trump says the U.S. is facilitating the sale of 50 million barrels of oil in the country.
Vice President J.D. Vance says he's going to visit Minneapolis as questions are being raised about the legality of ICE agents entering private homes. ABC's Matt Rivers is on the scene in Minneapolis.
We saw pretty chaotic protests yesterday here, protesters blowing whistles at federal agents, officers, including Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino, responding back, throwing smoke canisters at the crowd. This, as a newly obtained memo from May, shows that ICE agents could enter a suspected person's home without a judicial warrant, instead given administrative authorization.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll ask our legal analyst Greg Skordas about this new ICE memo and the legality of entering people's homes without a warrant from a judge.
Disgraced biotech entrepreneur Elizabeth Holmes is back in the headlines. The former Theranos CEO, indicted for defrauding investors, is asking President Trump to reduce her sentence and let her leave prison early. She was sentenced to 11 years back in 2023. If the Trump administration agrees, she could get out at least 6 years early.
Traffic jams, packed pullouts, and drivers circling for parking. It's a familiar scene in Mill Creek Canyon. Now a study is underway looking at transportation options. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera has more.
A shuttle in Mill Creek Canyon is officially on the table. A new feasibility study by the Central Wasatch Commission says a seasonal canyon shuttle can work, and public feedback strongly supports it. The proposal includes service from June through October, with shuttles running Fridays through Sundays and stopping at several points throughout the canyon. Each shuttle would carry about 25 riders, aiming to reduce traffic and parking pressure during peak hours. This study doesn't launch a shuttle yet. It simply lays out how one could happen. Any next steps would require approvals from UDOT, Mill Creek, and the Forest Service. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
First look, traffic on the 7 o'clock report. Let's go to the traffic center and Jason Jones.
Big problem, Mountain View Corridor and Old Bingham Highway. Looks like construction zones and signal light problems have teamed up to cause all kinds of drama, especially if you're on the northbound side. The heavy delays from the Old Bingham Highway all the way back past the South Jordan Parkway at this point. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Time for KSL weather with Matt Johnson.
Folks, it has been dismal this year as far as snowfall is concerned in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake proper has picked up 1/10 of an inch this entire winter. Yes, there's outlying cities, along the Wasatch Front that have picked up a couple of inches, but still, the least snowiest season on record for Salt Lake City was winter of 1933 and 1934. Near and around the Dust Bowl era, they picked up 14.3 inches of snow. We've only picked up 1/10 so far this winter. Folks, we are absolutely crushing that record, and it's not a record we want to break.
That says we do have a cold front moving in Friday, but there's only a small chance for a few flurries in northern Utah, and there are no other storms in the 7-day forecast.
On the East Coast and Midwest, they keep getting storms, and a large part of the South is now bracing for a big one.
The system will stretch some 2,000 miles from the south to the northeast, potentially bringing dangerous ice and feet of snow to millions over the weekend. Emergencies already declared in the Carolinas. Forecasters there warning this could be one of the most historic ice storms in modern history, with the potential for 12 straight hours of freezing rain.
I was in Lubbock for Christmas 25 years ago, and there was an ice storm and then a foot of snow dumped on top of it. And it was wild. They had no idea what to do with any of that.
Yeah.
ABC's Hannah Battah says the Department of Homeland Security is asking people in the path of the storm to take it seriously.
The Manaway Fire Department spent a few hours saving a deer that fell through the ice in the reservoir. It's a volunteer fire department, and one of their members put on a dry suit and slid out on the ice, then roped the deer. Others back on shore then pulled them both to safety.
A surprising development in connection with a major jewelry heist. One of the suspects is no longer around to attend the trial.
Now one of the alleged thieves won't be facing trial. That's because he was suddenly deported by U.S. immigration agents. Prosecutors and even his own lawyer say they had no heads up. The thieves back in 2022 tracked a Brinks truck for 300 miles from a jewelry trade show near San Francisco to a highway rest stop. While one guard slept and another was inside the rest stop, the thieves pounced, making off with 24 bags of diamonds, gold, gems, and watches worth more than $100 million.
Oh, you know that's going to get made into a movie someday. ABC's Hannah Battah reporting.
The nominations for the 98th Academy Awards are out. Actress Danielle Brooks and actor Louis Pullman announced the 5 nominees for Best Supporting Actress.
For performance by an actress in a supporting role, Elle Fanning in Sentimental Value. Inga Eve's daughter, Lilas, in Sentimental Value. Amy Madigan in Weapons. Wunmi Masaku in Sinners. And Tiana Taylor in One Battle.
I don't know anything about Sentimental Value.
It was half foreign, so a lot of it's in Norwegian, and it stars. Two of the actresses, they're going to Elle Fanning, Inga Ib's daughter Lilias, and I believe Stellan Skarsgård. He's a Hollywood director, and he comes back to make his most personal film, and it's basically about his daughter, and he wants his daughter to star in it, but she says no, so he hires Elle Fanning. And so they got to watch Elle Fanning be them in this story. She's got issues with her dad. It's not fast paced, but it is pretty good. It is pretty good.
The winners will be announced at the Oscars ceremony on March 15th.
Sinners got 16 nominations.
Wow. I don't like that horror in general, but that was a powerful movie.
You watched it?
I did see that, yeah.
Okay, we'll see if it can deliver on those 16 nominations.
7:09 now. Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Thanks, Amanda. And we still see this trouble spot on Mountain View Corridor. That's our biggest trouble spot of the morning right now. You've got problems if you're on the northbound side. It's going to be very heavy and slow, picking up around the South Jordan Parkway and all the way up to that Old Bingham Highway there. Construction zone, traffic signal problems, whatever the cause. In fact, I think it's all of those causes, and it's just going to make it a mess if you're on the northbound side. Southbound side is looking much better now. Of course, the volume is quite a bit lighter on the southbound side, and that's probably why. I would stick to Bangerter Highway as an alternate route there. I-15 through the Salt Lake Valley is actually back to running pretty good. We did see a couple of slower spots earlier, but those seem to have all cleared out. A little bit slow through the construction zone at Lake Point and Tooele. 2100 north in Lehigh is starting to fill in and starting to get crowded and congested as you head over towards I-15, as is the Corey B. Wright Highway from Eagle Mountain to Saratoga Springs. Andy?
Traffic on southbound 15 from Ogden to downtown. You've got still only a 30-minute commute, though in Roy, you're seeing some delay just west of the freeway around 1900 west, 5600 south. No extra backups at the south gate, but the west gate starting to slow underneath the freeway and going out towards Main Street on 650 north. Coming down off of I-215, onto I-215 from Legacy, we still have those flashing lights on the right shoulder just after 2200 north, but the backup that it caused initially has thinned out. Mortgage rates are down. Buy or refinance now. Visit loansbyrick.com today. That's loansbyrick.com. NMLS 241179, equal housing lender.
KSL hourly forecast. You got temperatures in the mid-20s at 7 a.m. with partly cloudy skies. More high clouds possible today, mixed in with some sunshine. Temperatures at 39 at the lunch hour. Hazy sunshine and a couple of clouds. Highs will top in the mid-40s this afternoon. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 25 degrees downtown. We'll talk with our legal expert, Greg Skordas, about whether or not ICE can execute warrants to enter a home, a private residence, without a judge. Taking a look at it. More on that just ahead on KSL.
The Utah Mammoths stunned the Philadelphia Flyers at the Delta Center, erasing a 3-goal deficit to force overtime. Then in the extra period, Captain Clayton Keller took care of business.
Bunker holds to Keller, shoots and scores! Clayton Keller! A Wasatch walk-off! Oh, wow! And Utah all the way back to win it!
All the way back to win it. He's got to rest his voice today. That's the call on SCG Media. The game last night wraps up a 7-game homestand for the Mammoth. Now the team heads out on a 4-game road trip starting on Saturday against the Nashville Predators.
This next story is so interesting to me. Duke University is suing their starting quarterback after he entered the transfer portal. So Duke filed a lawsuit against quarterback Darian Mensah on Monday, saying he is breaking a 2-year NIL contract rumored to be worth $4 million. The lawsuit is asking the courts to prohibit him from transferring. He led the ACC in passing last year.
This is going to become very common.
Indentured servitude is not allowed. You can't force someone to work for you if they don't want to. You may be able to keep them from going somewhere else under some sort of an agreement, but I don't think you can make someone stay and work for you if they don't. I don't know. This is interesting to me.
Well, NCAA did that for years and years and didn't pay them. So This is where it's getting different. New York City's legendary Nathan's Famous hot dog franchise in Coney Island has been sold.
Coney Island's iconic hot dog store and franchise Nathan's Famous has sold. Smithfield Foods sealing the all-cash deal for $450 million to take over ownership. The original Nathan's started out more than 100 years ago as a 5-cent hot dog stand in Brooklyn's Coney Island and gained worldwide fame for its 4th of July hot dog eating contests that started in 1972. Like many companies, Nathan's says it was dealing with inflationary pressures and rising costs. Michelle Franzen, ABC News, New York.
Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report, Taylor Swift is being inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. She is the youngest woman to ever make the list. She first signed a publishing deal at 14 years old. Since then, she has landed 69 songs in the top 10. 13 of those have hit #1 on the Billboard chart.
Wow. The New York Times has become really popular in recent years, in part due to its mini games. Now the website has introduced its first 2-player game. It joins Wordle, Connections, Strands, Pips, Spelling Bee, and Sudoku. Do you play any of those?
I played Wordle for years, and then I just got out of the habit of it.
Well, this 2-player game is called Crossplay, where people go word to word with friends or others. It's kind of like Scrabble, building words off one another and earning points. And the recent surge in subscribers has led the company, New York Times, to double its staff.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Well, KSL News Time, 7:14. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
today's opening day for the final Sundance Film Festival in Utah and the first since the passing of its founder, Robert Redford, with multiple tributes planned to remember his legacy. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a study will look at Mill Creek Canyon and see if a shuttle service could help solve traffic issues.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Big backups happening on Mountain View Corridor at Old Bingham Highway. Northbound side is stretched all the way back to the South Jordan Parkway. It's also a little slow on the southbound side as well. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another benign weather forecast today, but changes over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, let's see. It's cold, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump still in Switzerland meeting with world leaders. That's coming up. But first, we go to Hollywood, where the Oscar nominations have just been announced. Here's a scene from one of the top movies nominated.
My name is Bob Ferguson. I don't know if you've ever heard of me, all right? I was part of French 75 for years and years, all right? They used to call me Ghetto Pat, Rocket Man, stuff like that.
Here's ABC's Mike Dubusky.
One battle after another is among the most widely nominated movies ahead of this year's Oscars ceremony. The Paul Thomas Anderson film picking up nominations across all the major categories, including Best Supporting Actor and Actress. Leonardo DiCaprio is up for Best Lead Actor in that movie, who will square off against Timothée Chalamet for his movie Marty Supreme. Both of those movies are up for Best Picture. Also among the films competing for that top prize, Sinners and Hamnet.
Sinners leads with 16 nominations. Now we go to Davos, where the World Economic Forum is meeting and where President Trump now says he will not take Greenland by force. However,
the president repeatedly bashing America's European allies who have been critical of his goal.
Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument.
His threat to hit our allies with steep tariffs sent the market tumbling, something the president himself acknowledged.
ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott in Davos. While the president spends time in Switzerland, his number 2 is off to Minnesota's Twin Cities. ABC's Matt Rivers is there.
Vice President J.D. Vance arriving later today here in Minneapolis to meet with ICE agents to, quote, reinforce the White House's unwavering support for federal immigration officials. This just 2 weeks after an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good.
A newly obtained memo from May shows ICE agents granted permission to enter a person's home using only administrative authorization, not a warrant. There's a major winter storm on the way for more than 100 million Americans. You're listening to ABC News.
A memo says immigration enforcement agents have been given the green light to use administrative warrants to enter people's homes and search for people they believe are in the country illegally. But those warrants are not signed by a judge.
So are they really warrants, Greg Skordas?
Well, that's a great question. They're what we call administrative warrants. They're not issued by a judge. And if you look at the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, we talk about protecting people, places, and things. And one of the things that is the most important that we protect under our Constitution is a person's home. And we require a high level of scrutiny, usually by a judge, a magistrate, who sits independently of the prosecution and police and can allow the entry of a home. What these administrative warrants are is it's issued by ICE itself. It's issued by ICE officers, not a judge. But what ICE is saying is that the individuals that they're searching, that they're going into the home to find, have already had what they call due process. They've already been in front of a judge, and a judge has ordered them to be deported. So what they're saying is, we don't need a warrant anymore. We've already got an order that they be deported, so we can enter a home without a warrant. It's a problem that we're going to obviously see at a higher level at maybe the Supreme Court someday.
Will this also be a thing for churches as well?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so, but it could. That's a great question, because it will allow ICE agents to enter. If they could enter a home, thinking of that level of privacy, you would certainly assume, and you're hitting it right on the head, that they could probably enter churches or schools or something like that, which have a lesser expectation of privacy, a lesser provision for a person inside to feel like they have some security.
Because the law talks about how a man's home is his castle. You know,
exactly.
This is your, and this would be limited only to those people they're looking for who have already had some sort of due process.
Right.
Not everyone.
Well, presumably, yes. But once you're in somebody's home, Amanda, if you have somebody in your home who may be under ICE investigation, once they enter your home, they're in your house. Yeah. They can search the house, even though they're only looking for this individual. So that's the problem, is the broader scope of once you enter somebody's home, what are you allowed to do? And
then could they spot something else that's illegal and tell police that they saw it?
Absolutely. Absolutely, without any hesitation.
Can they enter without being allowed in, or do they have to? So they can they break and
forcibly
enter?
Absolutely. They can forcibly enter a home with this administrative warrants, just as they could with a judicial warrant.
Well, I get nervous about violence.
Right.
Because especially if there's a language barrier or something, and they don't know who this is breaking.
Yeah. So you open the door. It's an ICE agent saying, "I've got a warrant." You say, "Don't come in." They're going to push themselves in.
Wow.
Okay, we have a lot to learn, and we'll follow it with your help, Greg. Thank you. Greg Skordas with us. More coming up on Inside Sources. Right now, let's get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And we go back over to you, Jason.
And Amanda, our biggest trouble spot remains Mountain View Corridor over at the old Bingham Highway there. Northbound side is where it's backed up the most. Now, we are starting to see it relieve just a little bit, so not quite as bad as it was just maybe a half an hour ago, but you're still going to be very slow through that stretch if you're on the northbound side of Mountain View Corridor. Also, the southbound and a little westbound as well. We're seeing delays in all three of those directions. Bangerter Highway is going to be your best alternate route there, so I would stick on to Bangerter Highway if you can. I-15 is looking really great through the Salt Lake Valley. No trouble there. And Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway up a little bit further up in the West Valley area, not really seeing any major delays. We do have an accident southbound I-15 at the off-ramp at 80th South down in Spanish Fork. It's off to the right shoulder, and it looks like there's a tow truck on scene of that one already, so shouldn't cause you too much trouble. Just note that it is there and stay away from it if you can. And then, of course, 2100 North in Lehigh starting to get really heavy, as is the Corey B. Ride Highway. Andy?
Traffic on I-80 going into Parley's has still been at the full speed limit. We haven't had any slowdowns yet near Highway 40. Foothill, yeah, it's getting a little bit backed up now between 21st South and 17th South. Southbound 15, still clear, at least for now, between Ogden and downtown. But you're going to be backed up trying to get to the freeway in Roy. Are you on the hunt for the next big hunt? Then head to huntexpo.com and you'll find it. Western Hunting and Conservation Expo, February 12th through the 15th at the Salt Palace Convention Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. We're going to start out quiet, but the weekend does have some colder air. Partly cloudy skies today, high of 45, hazy. More haze tomorrow, but clouds thicken up overhead, 43 the high. We're then going to drop off to 36 degrees, mostly sunny skies on Saturday. Sunday chilly as well, 39, mostly sunny. We're back to partly cloudy conditions and haze, 43 on Monday. Tuesday 45, hazy. More hazy sunshine and a couple of clouds on Wednesday, high of 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 25 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Founded in 2022, Raza Public Benefit Corporation helps people get a fresh start by clearing their criminal records. Using legal expertise and smart technology, they make opportunities more accessible, helping individuals, families, and communities thrive. Founder and CEO Noella Sudbury joins us with more.
At Raza Legal, we believe people should be judged for their potential, not their past. 1 in 3 adults has a criminal record, and for many, that record becomes a lifelong barrier to jobs, housing, and opportunity. We built Raza to change that. We combine modern technology with lawyers to help people understand what is on their criminal record, and if eligible, move through the legal record expungement process in a way that is affordable, easy, and human. Our platform guides people step by step, making the process simpler, faster, and more accessible than ever before. This work matters not just to the people we serve, but to Utah's business community and beyond. Clearing records opens doors for qualified, motivated workers, strengthens families, helps employers address workforce shortages, and helps communities thrive. If you or someone you love is struggling with a criminal record, you're not alone. Start today.
Raza is changing the way Utah approaches second chances, turning legal obstacles into opportunities. Learn more about their services and impact at raza-legal.com. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KSL at 3 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at 3.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Costco is looking at implementing some new tech. Fox Business reports the company is working to add its card to a phone digital wallet. It could encourage shoppers to visit more due to the ease of entering and paying.
McCormick, the spice and extract company, is having a rocky moment. The company says profits fell below analyst estimates. Reuters reports Trump-era policies have forced the company to find cheaper options for some things.
As long as I can still get my Montreal steak seasoning. Adobe's introducing and incorporating new AI features. It could make your work much easier. The Verge reports it can summarize the information in words, audio, or video. It can also create presentations from information in a document.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. Just before the opening bell, the Dow futures up 246. That's 0.5%. S&P up 45. That's almost 0.7%. And the Nasdaq's up 1%, up 246 points.
Well, most of our delays on city streets this morning, but there's a couple of freeway spots that are slow that we'll tell you about coming up next.
I am so excited that next hour we're going to have Ben Care in studio and Tanner Christensen, the director of the new movie about Ben called Standout.
Standout, the Ben Care story. Look, listen, these are the Film Festival awards it's already won. The Spirit of Slam Dance, the Audience Choice Awards in San Diego, Desertscape, and Breckenridge, and the Best Family Film Award at Julian Dubuque.
We both got to see this movie. It's about this extraordinary man named Ben Care from the time he was a child. And you actually get to see video of him from when he was a child. He was born with a facial deformity of some kind. And it led to terrible bullying, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
And you can understand how that might have really put his life on a difficult path. But he became a wrestler. And he, not just a wrestler, he became a world-class wrestler.
An incredible wrestler.
Yeah.
And watching his journey, and especially when you don't know the story and you watch it unfold, you're thinking, oh, come on, they had to have embellished this. Mm-hmm. They didn't.
Yeah.
This is stuff Ben actually did. And, I mean, it was very moving.
It was.
Let me tell you, when some of the parts later in Ben's life, when they adopt, oh my gosh, I don't even want to ruin it for how they tell their family that they were able to adopt.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so enjoyable all the way around. And it's the kind of movie that when you say they don't make enough movies for families anymore, this is the kind of movie you should go see.
It opens this weekend, so you can see it in all Megaplex and many Cinemark locations. But there are chances for you to meet Ben and Tanner, too.
Yeah, today you can meet them, or I'm sorry, tomorrow, you're right. They'll be down at the Cinemark Provo location, and then all day Saturday at the Cinemark Farmington Station location. And we will have them here live with us in studio next hour.
Be listening for sure. The movie is Standout, the Ben Care story. 7:29, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, whatever the trouble was, construction, signal light problems, whatever the case may be there, Mountain View Corridor and Old Bingham Highway seems to have gotten straightened out, and now all of the backups are pretty much gone. So you're back to running pretty good there on Mountain View Corridor. You shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Volume has increased on I-15 on the northbound side with a little bit of slowing right now in the Sandy area and again at the South Interchange. If you're on Bangor Highway, it's going to be fairly heavy right now from 47th all the way up to 35th South there. Mountain View Corridor also a little crowded up at 35th South as well down in Utah County. The problem spot is going to be 2100 North in Lehigh, as it's pretty heavy volume now, of course. Eastbound on 2100 North at 23rd West there. The rest of your commute down south, though, looking pretty good. No problems right now on I-15. Andy?
Well, we've got some slowing again on 215's west side belt. The crash on the right shoulder just after 2200 North continues to keep traffic a little bit slow, leaving off Legacy and coming onto 215. Southbound 15, though, first slowdown of the morning is just after the 500 South on-ramp from Bountiful and West Bountiful. Traffic backed up on SR 193 now, heading from State Street over to I-15. And we've got a lot of delay on 5600 South heading over towards I-15 in Roy. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today.
Today we'll get up to 45 degrees, hazy sunshine, 43 tomorrow with a slight storm moving in tomorrow that might clear out some of that air for us. It will be colder on the weekend. Right now it's 25 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 7:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Utah lawmakers are being asked to consider a bill to replace the word gender with sex in all state documents.
KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff begins our team coverage Eye on the Hill 2026.
This is the 5th year in a row that anti-trans legislation has been introduced in Utah.
Veronica DeVille led a rally against this bill inside the Utah State Capitol.
It would remove protections based on gender for housing, medical institutions, foster care.
Representative Trevor Lee is the bill's sponsor.
This bill doesn't harm anyone. In fact, I would say it does the opposite. This is very unharmful because it helps protect the most vulnerable in our society. Our children should not be growing up in a world where they believe there's something that's called gender fluidity. That's not something you can change.
Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
Utah schools could soon be open to share information about student threats. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson explains.
This is one of the recommendations from the State School Safety Task Force. The new bill, sponsored by State Senator Darren Owens, would create a system so that local education agencies can share information about student threats when those students transfer.
So we can know before students are moving to other districts if they've had acts of violence and they're on a violent track.
Owens says this would solve a current blind spot that happens when schools admit a new student with no knowledge of if they have a history of violence or violent threats. He said this information would only be shared on a need-to-know basis to keep student privacy intact. On Wednesday, the Senate Education Committee gave this bill a favorable recommendation. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
A bill being proposed by a Utah lawmaker this year would make Android the state's official mobile operating system. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Andy, Senate Majority Leader Kurt Collimore tells KSL reporters someday everyone will admit Android has a better operating system, and joked about facing discrimination from iPhone users who give him a hard time about his green text messages. If the bill goes through, it would join ranks with Utah's state cooking pot, state crustacean, and state tartan. Collimore says he doesn't really expect the bill to make it out of committee. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
A Utah lawmaker says they are getting pressure from the federal government to take action on immigration, but the governor says he believes they need to have a balanced approach. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, Utah passed a slew of bills dealing with immigration last legislative session, and there are even more on the table this year. But even then, State Representative Trevor Lee, who's sponsoring at least one major deal dealing with immigration, says state lawmakers are, quote, getting much more pressure from the federal side to do something. Utah Governor Spencer Cox hasn't signaled any opposition to any of these bills at this point, but he told the Deseret News, quote, "We believe in the rule of law and we believe in treating everyone with dignity and respect." And when he went on to say, "We'll continue to work to do so." Cox also said it's important for everyone to remember why certain programs for immigrants exist and what they were intended to do before potentially ending them. Reporting live at the Utah State Capitol, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Tonight, Governor Cox will give his State of the State address. His speech begins at 6:30, and you'll hear it live right here on KSL News Radio. We'll also carry the Minority Caucus response directly after. And be sure to stay with KSL News Radio throughout the legislative session for updates on bills impacting all of us. You'll get those updates on air and on our website, kslnewsradio.com.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump says he and NATO are still discussing the framework for a Greenland deal. ABC's Rachel Scott is there in Davos getting reaction from other world leaders.
We talk about our relationships with our allies really often, but it seems like it has reached a low point in a lot of ways. And all of the twists and turns of this saga and the president's effort to try to seize control of Greenland, the airing of private text messages, the threats and the insults, it really raises the question, is the NATO alliance as strong as we once thought it was?
Denmark's foreign minister tells reporters it's time to sit down with the U.S. and find out how we can address the American security concerns in the Arctic while respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
First look traffic. Here's Jason Jones.
Andy, we have reports of an accident northbound I-15 right around the south interchange, maybe just a little bit north of the south interchange, but it's off to the right. Shouldn't cause too much trouble, although we are seeing some minor slowing in the area. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
A jury deliberated for more than 7 hours before finding a former Uvalde, Texas police officer not guilty for his lack of response during the Robb Elementary School shooting.
According to the defense lawyers, the jurors thought there were just gaping holes in the case, that there were some unresolved questions where they were really not satisfied by the argument posed by prosecutors. One thing that defense attorneys kept coming back to in this case was the fact that nearly 400 officers responded that day. This was institutional failure by law enforcement, a systemic issue in which this shooter was able to stay in the school for more than an hour, 77 minutes. And they argued that just simply prosecuting the former police chief and Adrian Gonzalez, who was just a police officer for the school, was unfair.
ABC's Peter Haralambous reporting.
A manager of a Sandy in-home healthcare company has been charged with stealing money from Medicaid. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Court documents say Caleb David Richardson overbilled Medicaid by $350,000. That money was used to make up for a payroll deficit, but at the same time, prosecutors say Richardson bought a home and 2 cars. The charges say the caregivers working for Helperly were asked to sit in their cars after shorter in-home visits and just wait. That way, the company could bill Medicaid for the full approved time for care. Richardson is now being charged with 3 counts of violating the Utah False Claims Act. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
An Alpine School District bus driver is asking all of us to obey the law and stop passing buses when their red lights are flashing.
It is not worth that extra time when you go around a bus to endanger a child or kill a child.
Matt Birch tells KSL TV he has been driving buses for 9 years and in that time has seen many close calls. He says just recently there have been days where as many as 8 cars drive around his bus when he has the flashing red lights on. The Alpine District says they see as many as 200 people a day driving past buses illegally.
Well, we've got delays on I-80 now near the mouth of Parley's Canyon, as well as some other slow spots to tell you about when we check traffic and weather together next.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open-range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, 0 down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
7:39, traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at UCCU.com. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, I-15 is looking really good through the Salt Lake Valley. We're not seeing too much slowdown, although you're going to be a little less than 70 miles an hour right now around the south interchange. It's just due to some increased volume there. No major accidents. There's a minor one that we're seeing. It's off to the right shoulder right around the south interchange there. Over on Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway, you're going to be pretty heavy as you approach 3500 south. That's just typical delays for this time of the morning as well. Down in Utah County. It's mostly good on I-15. We're seeing a little bit slowing now as you head from Pleasant Grove Boulevard down into Linden. But that's really the only trouble spot on I-15. Over on 2100 North, Pioneer Crossing, Corey B. Wright Highway. Those have all filled in now and are causing some pretty decent delays in that area. Andy?
Traffic on South 15's got a little bit of delay now between Bountiful and Woods Cross, and then some in North Salt Lake to downtown. We've got traffic really slow getting over to I-15 on 700 South Clearfield between State Street and the freeway. Lots of delay on Main Street near the 650 North intersection trying to get to the freeway or onto the west gate of Hill Air Force Base. A huge backups on 1900 West and 5600 South coming together in Roy. Some Riverdale Road delays coming off I-15 northbound and then heading over towards I-84. Bear Lake's Winterfest is January 30th and 31st. Race the Epic Monster 5K, brave the costumed Monster Plunge, and cheer on the Cardboard Boat Regatta. Discover more winter fun and book your weekend at thebearlake.org.
All right, your Thursday's shaping up to be like Wednesday. 45 degrees today, partly cloudy skies, and a little valley haze. Tomorrow, 43, mostly cloudy. We might even see a flurry out of those clouds. But then cold air filters in behind it. Saturday, 36 degrees and mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown. What does President Trump mean when he says he has the framework of a deal about Greenland? We're going to see what we can learn about that coming up next on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at kslnewsradio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
It looks like Utah lawmakers will decide on a bill that would institute a total ban of cell phone use during the school day. This would expand what's already in place, and it would give us what's being tried in various school districts around the country. Now, I expected that kids would not take this sitting down at their desks, politely accepting their fate. I kind of expected teenagers to do the peel my phone out of my cold, dead hands thing. In my mind, these socially active high school students who seem to find all kinds of reasons to protest would have started making signs. But nobody's walking out of class demanding the right to scroll. I would have figured that kids would bolt from school, hold placards high, and demand the right to take selfies in algebra class. I would have expected junior high kids to imitate their elders and march out the front door insisting, "We don't need no education." Junior high kids are ridiculous. I would have thought elementary school kids might even stage a protest at recess, chanting, what else? 6-7. That's the only thing that comes out of their mouths lately. But alas, a nationwide poll of high school students shows that kids are split. 41% in this Pew Research survey, 2 out of every 5 high school students support a ban on cell phones in the schools at the very same time elementary school teachers dream about a ban on 6-7. By the way, the bell-to-bell cell phone ban in the schools is Senate Bill 69. Thank goodness it's not SB.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
KSL News Time, 7:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a new bill proposes to create a system where schools can share a student's history of violence or violent threats with other schools if that student transfers. I'm KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson.
Second, a manager of a Sandy in-home healthcare company has been charged with stealing money from Medicaid.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Andy, we have a problem eastbound on I-80 headed up towards the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Can't get the accident on the camera there, but we're pretty sure that's got to be what is causing the problems over in the left lane. So I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another day of hazy and quiet conditions, but cooler air over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. After meeting with President Trump for an hour on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is speaking in Davos now. He's criticizing Europe for not doing more to stand up to Russia and pointed to Trump's operation against former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who's now in U.S. custody.
Maduro is on trial in New York. Sorry, but Putin is not on trial.
This after President Trump announced his new Board of Peace.
I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be something very, very unique for the world.
About 24 countries signing on. The Oscar nominations are out, and Sinners leads with a record 16, one battle after another, getting 13 nods. A dangerous and huge winter storm is spreading over dozens of states over the next few days. A new look at the U.S. economy growing at 4.4% in the third quarter. This is ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. There's a lot of unanswered questions this morning about what President Trump is calling a framework of a deal with NATO over the future of Greenland.
The deal was put together shortly after, I think, President Trump spoke at Davos saying he would not use military force to acquire Greenland, but he still wanted the country under U.S. control. ABC's Rachel Scott has the latest from Switzerland.
A remarkable turnaround. After weeks of declaring the U.S. must own Greenland, President Trump now backing off his threats to take Greenland by force and slap hefty tariffs on European allies standing in his way. The president announcing he had reached a, quote, framework of a deal with the Secretary General of NATO. But when asked if it means the U.S. will now own Greenland, he wouldn't say.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and other minerals.
It came just hours after President Trump told a crowd of international leaders he would not use the military to seize Greenland.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force.
In his winding speech, the president heaping scorn on Europe.
Without us, most of the countries don't even work.
Attacking European leaders for uniting in support of Denmark, which owns Greenland and says it's not for sale. President Trump's threat to impose tariffs on NATO allies, causing the Dow to plunge, a drop he acknowledged in comments where he repeatedly confused Greenland with the country of Iceland.
They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
By the end of the day, the president dropping his tariff threat too, when he announced that framework of a deal. But President Trump providing no specifics, later referring to the framework as a concept.
Well, we have a concept of a deal. I think it's going to be a very good deal for the United States, also for them.
And we're still waiting a lot of details, but it's clear whatever is in this framework, it does not include the United States owning Greenland. Denmark says it's time to sit down to address America's security concerns in the Arctic, while also respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark. Traveling with the president in Switzerland, Rachel Scott, ABC News.
7:49, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. Jason?
And it's looking like we've got this problem eastbound on I-80, headed up towards the mouth of Parley's Canyon. We have got the accident on screen finally. It is it's off to the right shoulder. It's just after that split off. If you're eastbound I-80, people stay on 215 and go up around the belt route there. And the rest, of course, split off and head up towards the mouth of Parley's Canyon. That's where we've got the slowdowns. It's stretching back out onto I-80 itself. Over on I-15, it's still running pretty good, although we have a little increased volume around the South Interchange, which is causing some minor slowdowns there. Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway, they're running heavy at about 3,500 south. Down in Utah County, we don't see anything on the road southbound side of I-15 between Pleasant Grove and Linden, but traffic just running a little bit less than 70 miles an hour there. Pioneer Crossing and 2100 North are very heavy right now, as is the Corey B. Ride Highway. Andy?
Foothills backed up 21st South all the way to Sunnyside right now, plus some I-80 slowdowns near Park City at Highway 40. Traffic on I-15 heading south. Some earlier slowdowns we had near the Riverdale exit's gone, but I-15's backed up right at the West Davis merge now for a couple blocks. After you pass Centerville, you won't see any more slowdowns until just before downtown. Use Superior Water and Air for all your HVAC and water treatment needs. Call 974-9090 or visit superiorwaterandair.com. Superior Water and Air. We got this.
Let's get a look at the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. How are you, Matt Johnson?
You know what? I'm doing good. And we got a repeat performance of yesterday. Look for a high of 45 today, partly cloudy skies. And yes, also dealing with a little bit of haze. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies as a unorganized cold front tries to work through. Look for a high of 43, still some haze. And then it's cold with cleaner air on Saturday, 36, mostly sunny skies. 39 on Sunday, mostly sunny, more dry weather next week, but the temperatures rebound to the mid and upper 40s by the end of your Wednesday afternoon.
All right, we'll look forward to maybe the chance of some of that gunk moving out. Right now, it's 25 degrees downtown, and we've got Cougar Tracks just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Amanda, the only thing better than one personal transformation is two personal transformations. And that's why we want to, we think now's the best time for you to try out Soda Weight Loss. If that was one of your goals, is to be healthier in the new year, to let go of some weight, the best way to do it is through Soda Weight Loss.
In large measure, because this is something that can help you for life.
Yes.
So I lost 37 pounds on Soda Weight Loss like 3 years ago. And here's the thing, it's 3+ years later, and I've been able to keep this weight off because I have the tools now. I know what to do. So if I get, because life, you're going to gain a few pounds. You gain a few pounds. Because of soda, I know exactly how to bring my weight. It gives me a sense of control I have never had before.
Plus, it's so nice to every week. You see 3 to 5 pounds for men, a weight of letting go of that weight each week.
Yeah.
2 to 3 pounds for a woman. So every week you're watching and you're seeing the effect and you're getting more excited as you make that transformation.
I mean, I thought about doing drugs to do it, but I just thought, man, I want to, as I get older, I want to reduce the number of medications I take, not increase them. And I was worried about side effects and things. And so I just talked to the nutritionist at Soda, and she helped me form a plan that was perfect for my specific health.
Yeah, they guide you through the whole entire process with their custom tailored plans. You could actually speak with a nutritionist now if you want to know more about Soda by calling 866-800-SOTA, or you can go to the website to take advantage of their Join and Your Partner Joins for Free deal at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com, because Soda is, say it with me, Amanda,
state of the art.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Along with Dry January, some young people are trying No-Buy January. The goal's simple: to not buy anything that isn't essential. So things like clothes, electronics, tickets to events. The Wall Street Journal says out of a survey with 2,000 people, a quarter have tried to do No-Buy January, and 12% said they're doing it this year.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. In the first half hour of trading, the Dow's up 264. We're at 49,341. S&P is up 31. The Nasdaq up 167.
It's time for Cougar Tracks, brought to you by Central Bank's CB Vault, Utah's help center for startups and entrepreneurs. Visit cbutah.com and learn more. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
The 2026 BYU football schedule is out, and among the highlights on the 12-game slate includes 7 home games for the first time since 2011. One of those home games will feature Notre Dame traveling to Provo for the first time since 2004 on Saturday, October 17th. BYU only has 5 road games this season, and one of those is at rival Utah. The annual rivalry game in the Big 12 against the Utes will take place on Saturday, November 7th at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Other notables on the schedule include a General Conference Saturday matchup against TCU in Fort Worth on October 3rd, and then a Halloween clash against Arizona State at LaVell Edwards Stadium on October 31st. For more analysis and in-depth breakdown of BYU's football schedule in 2026, download the KSL Sports app today. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
We've just received a number of texts about people feeling an earthquake from Centerville and other Fruit Heights, other locations. We're going to check on that and have more for you coming up in just about 4 minutes here on KSL.
For over 133 years, Central Bank has been a cornerstone of Utah County, providing generations of families and businesses with trusted community banking services, and are more than just a bank. Central Bank is part of Utah's legacy. With 12 convenient locations across Utah County, Central Bank combines the strength of traditional customer service with the convenience of modern technology. Customized one-to-one service means you're never just another account number, and your phone call actually rings to a real person.
Hi there, thanks for calling Central Bank.
Voted best bank and best mortgage in Utah Valley, Central Bank is here to help you with all your financial needs. From top SBA lending services for small businesses and quick turnaround times on construction loans. They're dedicated to helping you build your future. Whether you're cheering for the Cougars or building your dream home, trust the bank that's been here since the beginning. Central Bank, strong, local, secure since 1891. Online at cbutah.com or any of 12 Utah County locations. Central Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
7:59, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, if you're headed eastbound on I-80 up towards the mouth of Parley, starting at about 1300 east, well, just past that, you're going to notice the left lanes are slowed down quite a bit, and that's because we have an accident just past the split off there with 215. It is on the right shoulder, but of course, because it's so narrow through there, it's affecting traffic in that right lane there, and that's what's causing those slowdowns. If you are northbound on I-15, you're going to run a little heavier right around the south interchange. No major backups, but of course, just increased volume. It is still heavy over on Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway around 3500 south and down in Utah County. On Pioneer Crossing and 2100 north, you can find some thick congestion there as well. Andy?
Well, traffic on I-15 heading south. We've got some delays in Centerville right around the West Davis Corridor merge. And then both I-15 and 215 are heavy and slow from the border between North Salt Lake and Salt Lake City down to the I-80 ramp to go towards the airport. Traffic on I-80 in Parley is still a little bit slow just before you get to the Highway 40 turn.
Today we'll get up to 45 degrees, more of that haze sticking around. The same for tomorrow. Just a slight chance of a few flurries tomorrow, which hopefully will clean out the air a little bit. Colder this weekend with highs in the 30s. Right now it's 25 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
Just into the newsroom, the USGS says a 4.7 magnitude earthquake hit in Utah at 7:49 south of Evanston, Wyoming.
Evanston, Wyoming, because we've been getting texts, many from Davis and Weber counties, but just recently from Salt Lake and Alpine
Sandy.
and Taylorsville, saying that they felt the shaking. If you felt the quake, you can let us know by texting us at 57500. We also have reached out to the researchers at the University of Utah who track earthquakes to see if they can give us some more information.
Today is the opening day of the final Sundance Film Festival in Utah. It's also the first festival since its founder, Robert Redford, passed away.
Organizers are planning to honor Redford's legacy this year. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Adam?
Amanda, today marks the beginning of the end of a 42-year tradition in Park City as the Sundance Film Festival prepares to move to Boulder, Colorado starting next year. There will be 90 feature films between today and February 1st featuring actors like Natalie Portman, Olivia Wilde, Seth Rogen, and Channing Tatum. Though the focus of this festival won't be the A-listers, it will be the legacy of the festival's founder, Robert Redford, who died in September at the age of 89. Organizers have planned several tributes to Redford, including a tribute at Friday night's fundraising gala, and later in the festival they plan to screen Redford's first independent film, Downhill Racer. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Park City's mayor says they're treating this last Sundance Film Festival as a celebration. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, Mayor Ryan Dickey spoke with KSL TV's Deanie Wimmer, saying the festival has been a great way to boost the city's economy.
It's brought people and exposure to Park City, a ton of fun to Park City. Our residents have loved Sundance over the years.
He says while there are bittersweet feelings over the departure of Sundance, they're going to be taking the time to celebrate. There's a lot more to this interview you can watch on 9 a.m.'s KSL TV Sunday edition with Deanie Wimmer. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
We have a developing story we're following for you this morning. The Ogden Fire Department responded to a house fire this morning after a police officer spotted smoke coming from the roof of a house near 2200 Monroe Boulevard. Firefighters did a quick search inside and evacuated 9 people. The fire was then found smoldering in the attic and was put out.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Happening this morning, President Trump gathered a group of world leaders at Davos, and they signed an agreement officially starting the Board of Peace.
This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it.
There are a number of European countries that were invited to be a part of the board, but have not yet decided if they'll join. President Trump says one of the board's first tasks will be to plan out the future of Gaza.
President Trump is also talking about the future of Venezuela, which he says should see a financial boom. Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez says reform in Venezuela will be a slow process.
I think we have to follow the path that was outlined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which is first is stability, and unfortunately we have to deal with the current regime to achieve that. Then recovery, which talks about the economic recovery of Venezuela.
A deal with the current leaders in charge in Venezuela allows the U.S. to sell 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil.
Imprisoned biotech entrepreneur Elizabeth Holmes is once again making headlines. The former Theranos CEO, indicted for defrauding investors, is asking President Trump to reduce her prison sentence. She was sentenced to 11 years back in 2023. If the Trump administration agrees, she could get out at least 6 years early.
A study is underway in Mill Creek Canyon to see if a shuttle service could ease the growing parking problems. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera.
A shuttle through Mill Creek Canyon could be a realistic option. A new feasibility study by the Central Wasatch Commission says a seasonal canyon shuttle would work, especially during the busiest summer weekends. The study proposes service from June through October, running Fridays through Sundays with multiple stops throughout the canyon. Each shuttle would carry about 25 passengers, aimed at cutting down traffic and crowded parking. Public response was largely positive, with hundreds of comments submitted in support of the idea.
Next steps would still require approvals from UDOT, Mill Creek, and the U.S. Forest Service.
First look traffic, here's Jason Jones.
Andy, we're still seeing this trouble eastbound on I-80 because of the accident that's just past the 215 split there. It's off to the right shoulder, but like I said before, because it's so narrow, it's affecting the right lanes and delays back onto I-80. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Time for KSL weather with Matt Johnson.
Folks, it has been dismal this year as far as snowfall is concerned in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake proper has picked up 1/10 of an inch this entire winter. Yes, there's outlying cities, along the Wasatch Front that have picked up a couple of inches, but still, the least snowiest season on record for Salt Lake City was winter of 1933 and 1934. Near and around the Dust Bowl era, they picked up 14.3 inches of snow. We've only picked up 1/10 so far this winter. Folks, we are absolutely crushing that record, and it's not a record we want to break.
Matt says we do have a cold front moving in Friday, but there's only a small chance for a few flurries in northern Utah, and there are no other storms in the 7-day forecast.
On the East Coast and Midwest, they keep getting storms, and a large part of the South is now bracing for a big one.
The system will stretch some 2,000 miles from the south to the northeast, potentially bringing dangerous ice and feet of snow to millions over the weekend. Emergencies already declared in the Carolinas. Forecasters there warning this could be one of the most historic ice storms in modern history, with the potential for 12 straight hours of freezing rain.
ABC's Hannah Battah says the Department of Homeland Security is asking people in the path of the storm to take it seriously.
Repeating our breaking news, we had a 4.7 earthquake this morning. At about 7:51, it was just south of Evanston. 7:51 is the first text we got that said, did we just have an earthquake? But I'm so sorry. 7:49 is the official time. So 7:51 was our first text. And we've had, dozens and dozens of texts
We're up
since.
to like 60 texts right now of different people and the different places that they found. Let's see. We've got one in Roy. We've got one in Bountiful by the airport, Layton. Somebody up at the VA campus.
Yeah, we had some from Centerville, from Summit County, Taylorsville, Mountain Green, in Sandy, in
West Jordan.
Sugar House.
Rumble and shaking. I live in Farmington. This listener says, I was sitting at my desk working when my chair started to shake. I immediately turned on KSL to see if we really did have an earthquake. Yes, you did.
Yes. Another listener says, I felt my car shake side to side for 8 seconds. Some of them, it reminded them of the quake back in 2020.
Yeah, that freaked my kids out for a lot after that. Okay, here's my sister-in-law near Morgan felt the earthquake. I was dropping the kids off, so I didn't feel anything. Plus, I was driving. But somebody said they felt it while they were driving on SR 177.
We will continue to check that text line at 57500 and check traffic coming up next.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts or commitments, so while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform, and guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 monthly value. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I don't typically make New Year's resolutions, but this year I need a change. I need to get healthy, work out, lose some weight, and get back on track. But figuring out what to eat is my biggest issue. I need to eat the right food so that I stay full and have energy all day long. I know the solution: Omaha Steaks. Starting the year strong is easier and more delicious with premium portioned proteins from Omaha Steaks. From handcrafted USDA certified tender steaks to gourmet burgers, versatile chicken and pork, seafood, and more. They have an unmatched variety of high quality proteins that everyone loves. And when you deserve that cheat day, and we all do from time to time, they also offer desserts and easy to prepare comfort food. Support your fresh start with high-quality proteins from Omaha Steaks. Let Omaha Steaks deliver high-quality proteins right to your door. Visit omahasteaks.com and get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. That's OMAHA steaks.com, promo code SKY. Terms apply. See site for details.
8:09 traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bang. Jason?
Amanda, our trouble spot continues to be eastbound on I-80, just past the split off with 215 there. We have an accident. It's on the right shoulder, but also affecting the right lane. And then heavy delays stretch back out onto I-80 itself. You're going to find those delays all the way back to about 1300 east almost is where the slowdown starts if you are headed eastbound on I-80. Over on I-15 itself, it's looking pretty decent, especially on the northbound side. We're not seeing any problems there. We do have reports of an accident at 118th South on the northbound side, but it's off to the left shoulder and shouldn't really cause you too much trouble. You're just going to run a little less than 70 miles an hour right around the south interchange. That's due to just increased volume on the roads there. Mountain View Corridor still pretty bunched up at about 3500 south, although Bangerter Highway is starting to look better. 2100 north and Pioneer Crossing are clearing out somewhat, but still fairly heavy there down in the Lehigh area. Andy?
South 15 still clear between Ogden and North Salt Lake, but it is slow from the 215 interchange down through 600 north, plus some slowing on 215's west side from 2200 north down to I-80. Traffic on Foothill, that's only slow right now from 21st south up to Sunnyside, so it is quite a bit, but not as much as it gets sometimes. Thirsty for better water? Culligan has you covered, from softeners and filtration to bottle-free coolers and bottled water delivery. Trusted local experts make water taste amazing. Visit CulliganSLC.com.
Hey, look for partly cloudy skies today with a high of 45 and, yes, more moderate air quality. Hazy tomorrow, 43, mostly cloudy. Then a cool front Friday night could drop us to 36 by Saturday afternoon, mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown. Did you feel that earthquake a little bit ago? 7:49, a 4.7 earthquake that was centered just next to Evanston, Wyoming, but people have felt it from all over the state of Utah.
And it's wild. It went the whole eastern part of the state coming over to the Salt Lake Valley.
Yeah.
And we've had people check in from as far north as Morgan, as far south as American Fork. I haven't heard from Tooele yet. I don't know if it made it out to Tooele, but just about everywhere here in the Salt Lake Valley.
Let us know if you can. If it's safe to text us, and let us know if you felt it. The text line is 57500.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Amanda, this is maybe the best time ever to get season tickets at Hale Center
Oh,
Theater.
yeah, this season.
Because they're opening a new stage in a couple of weeks.
I am so excited about this. I haven't seen it, but you saw the new stage.
I've gotten to tour the new stage. I haven't seen the finished product yet.
The Beehive stage.
The Beehive stage, and that's going to premiere Hallmarked in just a couple of weeks. And you know what this does, though? That it allows you more opportunities to get to the shows that you want to see.
Yeah.
Because there's an extra stage now so that the runs can go longer. It's one of the reasons Frozen is still going and is going to go through Valentine's Day. There are still tickets to go see Frozen.
How great of a Valentine's date would that be, to see Frozen or to see Hallmarked? Hallmarked.
Oh, yeah.
And the one I'm really looking forward to, and my husband is Peter Pan Goes Wrong. He loves the Goes Wrong, all of these, it's just his sense of humor big time. I don't have a sense for it, but I love laughing in the theater.
And so they've got a lot more options for you. You've got packages that you can go with. And throughout there's Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, My Fair Lady, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Again, this may be the best time ever to get season tickets. And remember, if you want to take the family, Hale is there on your side. All kids 17 and under, half-price tickets.
Here's the number. It's 801-984-9000 or hct.org.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I have some good news for you today. Pay attention, pull over, whatever. American Home Loans has lowered their mortgage rates to only 5.5% on 30-year loans and 4 3/4 for 15 years. Yes, 5.5% fixed. But wait, what if rates go down again? No problem. Once you're a customer with American Home Loans, you don't have to worry about paying closing costs every time you refinance. That's right. Every time rates drop by 0.25% or more, they'll refinance you at no cost to you. Zero, zilch, nada. For details, call 801-262-2221. 262-2221. So now you can purchase a home or refinance at only 5.5% on 30 years and 4 3/4 on 15 years. And then if rates drop later, you can refinance at no cost to you. Call American Home Loans at 801-262-2221, 262-2221, or go to AmericanHomeLoans.com. AmericanHomeLoans.com. NMLS 245422, APR 5.8 30-year and 5% 15-year. Terms and conditions apply.
KSL News Time, 8:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Park City's mayor says seeing Sundance go is bittersweet, but they'll treat this last festival as a celebration. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, a new bill proposes to create a system where schools can share a student's history of violence or violent threats with other schools if that student transfers.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Well, the slowdowns eastbound on I-80 are due to an accident just after the 215 split and not because of the earthquake that we just had. But those delays do stretch all the way back to about 13th East. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another benign weather forecast today, but changes over the weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, downtown, it's 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Oscar nominations are now out, and a movie that was expected to do well did even better than the predictions. In fact, it made history. Here's ABC's Mike Dubusky.
Somebody take me. Sinners collected 16 Oscar nominations, the most of any 2025 film. It's also the most nominations for a single movie ever, breaking a record held by All About Eve, Titanic, and La La Land, which all had 14 nominations. The vampire epic was a big success at the box office last year, taking in nearly $370 million worldwide. It's directed by Ryan Coogler, who's up for Best Director. Sinners is also nominated in most of the acting categories and has a Best Picture nom. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Well, let's go in depth now. The proposal to expand Utah's courts will be put in front of lawmakers today on Capitol Hill. We're joined now by co-host of Inside Sources, Holly Richardson. Tell us about this, Holly.
So this bill is being run by Senator Chris Wilson. He's in Senate leadership, and he is it's the one that has been talked about a lot, right? So it would put 2 additional justices with the Supreme Court and moving it from 5 to 7, and then 2 additional ones on the appellate court, moving it from 7 to 9. So the controversy, of course, is that the Supreme Court has said we don't actually need more judges at this level. We can keep up with our caseload. It's really down at the district court level, and right now that bill doesn't expand the district courts.
So that's where there's delay, is at the district court level.
That's what they're saying, right? And so Senator Wilson joined us on opening day on Inside Sources, and he was explaining just how many bills, right? It's something, not bills, but cases that appear before the different courts. And the district courts are getting thousands of cases every year. And there's about, I think if I remember, 75 or 78 district court judges, but they're just absolutely overwhelmed with their workload. And then by the time it hits the Supreme Court, what he's saying, the Utah Supreme Court, what Senator Wilson is saying is, look, they're only going through and they're only deciding on 50-ish lawsuits or cases a year, and yet the Supreme Court is saying we're actually good, we're okay, but
that's interesting.
It's probably going to pass.
It reminds me of that phrase: "Justice delayed is justice denied."
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so do you sense that it's about delay or is it about politics?
It's about politics, I think, and I think the talking points are that it's about delay. But I think if you listen to people from the other side, especially the Supreme Court justices themselves, they're saying that you're trying to fix a problem that doesn't actually exist. And I think on Tuesday, when you had the state of the judiciary and you had Chief Justice Durant speaking to the legislature, he really asked them to please basically stop making this personal. Stop being so offensive in your comments towards us. And I'm paraphrasing, but he was pretty direct.
Yeah. To me, the question is 2 more justices on the Supreme Court. I mean, haven't all the justices been nominated by Republican governors up until now? So, what is the 2 extra going to do?
Well,
I can see on the national level where you have different presidents.
Right. That's the counter argument from the Republican side also to say, how is this packing the court when it's Republican governors and Republican-dominated Senate who's nominated everybody currently on the Supreme Court? It's exactly what you said.
Interesting. We'll follow it on Inside Sources. Holly, thank you. Holly Richardson with us. Right now, it's 8:19. Let's get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, our real big slowdown problem is eastbound on I-80, starting at about 1300 East and lasting all the way up to just past that split off from 215, headed up towards the mouth of Parley's Canyon. We still see at least one vehicle off to the side of the road, but most of the accident is cleared out, and hopefully they'll get this other car out of the way, and all the delays will ease up here in the next little bit. But for now, it's going to be fairly slow. Northbound I-15, no major pockets of slowing, just a minor on and off the brakes, maybe right around the south interchange at less than 70 miles an hour. That's pretty much the only problem that we've got on I-15. It's looking good down in Utah County as well. Down in Utah County, it is 2100 North Pioneer Crossing, Mountain View Corridor, and Corey B. Wright Highway that all are seeing extra volume this morning, and that's what's going to cause you a little bit of delay as you travel and try and get over to I-15. Andy?
Well, traffic on South 15 still hasn't seen any massive delays, just the usual stuff between 215 and 600 North in Salt Lake. We've got traffic heavy on the West Belt coming down towards the I-80 turnoff. And then Foothill, been keeping an eye on that. The delays have stayed pretty close to just between 21st South and a little bit north of 1700 East, that 2300 East intersections where it kind of breaks up. Are you tired of dealing with missing teeth? You ready to ditch the dentures? The experts at Stubbs Dental can change your life with dental implants. Get started at StubbsDental.com today.
KSL 7-day forecast. We're going to start out quiet, but the weekend does have some colder air. Partly cloudy skies today, high of 45, hazy. More haze tomorrow, but clouds thicken up overhead, 43 the high. We're then going to drop off to 36 degrees, mostly sunny skies on Saturday. Sunday chilly as well, 39, mostly sunny. We're back to partly cloudy conditions and haze, 43 on Monday. Tuesday 45, hazy. More hazy sunshine and a couple of clouds on Wednesday, high of 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. No, you did not imagine it. There was an earthquake this morning. It hit at 7:49 just by Evanston, Wyoming, but we have received over 100 texts from all over the state.
A 4.7.
4.7. Is that what I said?
Oh, I didn't know if you heard.
4.7
okay.
is what it was this morning, and I've heard from Pleasant Grove and Lake Point and West Jordan and Harriman and Alpine, and yeah, thank you so much for texting us at 57500.
Well, today, this hour of Utah's Morning News is sponsored by Stand Out, the Ben Care Story, a brand new film that hits theaters today. You can start getting tickets and go see it as early as this afternoon. And we're pleased to be joined in studio by the director, Tanner Christensen, and Ben himself. Ben, welcome.
What a treat to meet you both.
We're so excited to be here, guys. Thanks for having us.
Oh, Ben, I did not know about your story. I know many people will know who you are. I mean, you were, the first All-American from UVU, and people know you from your wrestling. But for me, this was my introduction to your inspiring story.
Well, what an introduction, because Tanner Christensen, TC, Jared Hess, the people who put this on, this is Tanner's first ever time directing, and he just killed it.
He killed it.
Well, you guys have already won the audience awards at it's the George Stark Spirit of Slam Dance. You won the best audience award at San Diego, the audience award at Desertscape, the audience award at Julian Dubuque. So when people see this movie, they're really responding to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been such a fun thing to be able to go and do those festivals and have the audiences respond to it. But man, this weekend's going to be way more fun now. We are excited to be in theaters.
Tanner, you tell this story through so many videos from Ben's childhood and great interviews now, and the way you put it together is just it's magical.
Oh, well, Ben has an amazing story to tell. He, born with Cruzon syndrome, had a facial difference, grew up with that, and, overcame just incredible odds to be such not just an incredible wrestler, but just a great human
being. Yeah.
Well, and as we watch the movie, we get to see it's really cool how you mix some dramatic reenactments with the actual. Your family, Ben, shot so many home videos. We're really lucky to have all that for the movie.
I know. Can you imagine my dad and mom rolling around this big machine on their shoulder? But they did it. They documented it. It was our living journal, right? And when people go in the theaters, they're going to see an entire family community come together. We all heard growing up that it takes a village, right? And it did. And it allowed me to not want to fit in, but stand out.
Okay, that just gave me chills, because it was because of your challenges physically. You got bullied intensely when you were a kid, and it wasn't your goal to fit in, but to stand out. I love that.
Yeah, there was a moment where I was just annihilated verbally by an adult, not a kid, by an adult. And in the movie, it's like the most pinnacle part, and this is how the movie was named. My mom gets me up off the floor, and she says, "Ben, you're different to make a difference." I wanted to remove the difference, which was my face, and then she said, "You're not born to fit in. Stand out." Yeah, she's an absolute incredible human.
Well, stick around, guys. We want to keep talking with you about this more this hour. Again, the movie is Stand Out, the Ben Care Story. It opens in theaters today. You can actually meet Ben and Tanner tomorrow at the Cinemark in Provo, and all day Saturday at probably Ben's home Cinemark up in Farmington at the Farmington station. You get a free mini poster and a picture with Ben and Tanner.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Repeating our breaking news here on KSL News Radio, a 4.7 earthquake hit near Evanston, Wyoming this morning, and it's being felt all along the Wasatch Front.
Yeah, we've had texters by the hundreds texting us about where they felt it and what happened to them. One person said they were sitting on the edge of their bed and almost fell off.
Yeah. We felt the earthquake here in downtown Salt Lake City. It knocked a picture off of a shelf. Wow.
Let's see. Wendy says, I felt it here at the Murray-Taylorsville border, and now it makes sense. Everything started shaking.
Yeah. Yeah, a 4.7 earthquake just outside of Evanston, just over the Utah border.
This listener in Cottonwood says it was about 20 seconds, it felt like.
Wow.
As far north now, North Ogden's the furthest north. I've heard I've somebody texted in and said they felt it in Lake Point. That's the furthest west we've heard so far.
In Cottonwood, it felt pretty intense for about 20 seconds. This listener says it was inside a building in Kimball Junction. They didn't feel a thing there. Well, I didn't feel it in downtown Salt Lake.
I was doing a traffic report when the earthquake hit in 2020, so I felt one. The earthquake was felt in Harriman, this listener says. My daughter was upstairs, and she felt it. I was in the basement, didn't feel it.
We'll keep checking in on our text line. We appreciate your letting us know what you're experiencing. That line is 57500.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. I lost 32 pounds and my belly doesn't hang over my belt. Plus my blood pressure's down and my old clothes fit.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
829, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back over to you.
Amanda, it's looking better now eastbound on I-80. They have cleared that accident that was just past the 215 split there, so you shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. But we expect all the delays to be out of here in just the next few minutes or so. Just a little bit slow from about 13th East up to that split now. Northbound I-15, you've got pockets of less than 70 and Sandy, also around the South Interchange, but no major backups or delays. Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway are looking much better now. As I-15 down in Utah County, no real trouble there. It's just Pioneer Crossing, 2100 North, and Corey B. Wright Highway, which is where the traffic is very heavy. Andy?
Traffic on South 15 hasn't really been too bad this morning. It only hits you right around the North Salt Lake area, and then your typical reduced speeds into downtown. Coming up Victory Road, though, slow from the split off from Beck Street all the way up to the backside of the Capitol. We've got foothill delays still between 21st and 17th South. Homeownership slipping away in Utah, and young Utahns are being priced out of their own communities. Learn more about Utah's housing shortage and what we can do to begin to fix it at demandmoresupply.com.
Today we'll get up to 45 degrees with a few clouds, 43 tomorrow, colder on the weekend, and right now it's 25 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 8:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Just into the newsroom, the USGS says a 4.7 magnitude earthquake hit in Utah at 7:49 south of Evanston, Wyoming.
We're getting text messages mostly from people around northern Utah saying they felt the shaking. If you felt the quake, let us know by texting us at 57500. We've also reached out to researchers at the University of Utah who track earthquakes to see if they can give us some more information. We've been following the texts, Amanda, and I've seen as far north, I've seen a Riverdale, somebody said Riverdale, somebody in North Ogden. That's the furthest north I've heard it so far. The furthest west I've heard from somebody is out at Lake Point, and the furthest south I've heard is Pleasant Grove.
We just got a text. I was at an auto dealership on Main Street near 13 South and felt the quake. A lot of people are saying, I don't know what did you feel it, Greg Scortis?
I didn't, but someone in my office texted me about 7:25 this morning and said, "Hey, I just felt an earthquake. Did anyone else?" And he's kind of a goofy guy, so I thought, no, this can't be. But it turns out he was exactly right.
Exactly right. It happened, just by Evanston,
This
Wyoming.
listener says, my daughter's at the U of U in a 5-floor apartment, and it knocked her off her bed. It was time for her to wake up anyway.
I felt the earthquake in Syracuse on the 3rd floor of my apartment. It shook my bed, knocked something off the dresser, and knocked something that was hanging on the door.
Felt it at the University of Utah, ironically in the building named Epicenter.
Oh, that's funny.
Didn't feel the quake in Daybreak, this listener says, so it's kind of off and on.
It's reminding a lot of people, Greg, of the quake back in 2020.
Yeah, that was in March of 2020, and it was a big one. It was so big, in fact, that we felt it. There were aftershocks.
Yeah.
It kept coming.
Yeah.
And I remember because I was in my office. I also remember because it was the year I ran for Attorney General, and I had just filed, and I thought, this is a bad omen. This is something I shouldn't be doing. It was
It was
literally
also the first week of the pandemic. That was
right,
a really
the
surreal
day or two
week.
after I filed to run for Attorney General, we have this earthquake, and I thought, okay, I'm in deep trouble.
I
But
remember-
anyway, it was significant, and it had aftershocks. It was one that, you couldn't miss it.
Yeah, right. And many people, it's reminding people of that experience. In fact, one listener says, my 10-year-old daughter felt it twice. So maybe there was an aftershock that came after. But I remember how much it scared my kids back in 2020. Oh, we just got confirmation there was a small aftershock. So from that listener in North Ogden, your daughter did feel a second one.
My wife was in the tub in 2020, and she was watching the water in her tub going to slosh over. And it spooked the kids so much that later, when trucks would go by and rattle the house a little bit, they would get really tense.
That aftershock was a 2.4, so 4.7 originally and 2.4 in the aftershock. The aftershocks were part of what was so freaky, Greg, because it was like, is this going to stop?
When is this going to end, and what's going on here? Because I think there were at least one aftershock, and then you're thinking, okay, it's the apocalypse. Something's happening here.
Well, the 2020 quake was 5.7, and it was centered in Magna, so we were right next to it. But still, the fact, Evanston 4.7, and we're getting it all along the Wasatch Front.
Yeah.
Just a reminder.
Oh, we're going to be taking some phone calls. Is that to let's see, what number would that be? 575 talk 575-8255. We want to take phone calls to hear from you on what you experienced. 575-8255. I know that from for people who live in California, or my daughter lives in Japan where they have earthquakes all the time. They gave me a hard time back in 2020 saying, this was nothing, Amanda. You're making too big. But for us who live in Utah, this is something that we really pay attention to.
Oh, yeah, and when you watch people who are in their offices or something and you can see lights moving or shaking, you realize that when the earth moves, a lot moves with it. I mean, buildings, offices, people. It's quite an event. It's so big. It's so powerful. It's so mammoth. It's hard to even put your comprehension to.
Yeah.
I remember the first earthquake I ever felt, I believe, was spring of '92. I was in high school, and it shook our entire room at the school. We were on the second floor. And then the next time I felt one was the one in 2020.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not jealous, but I kind of wish we would have felt it since it's gone through downtown and other people here have felt it.
It's different being in a high rise. I imagine. We just got a text. I'm on the 5th floor of an office building on Minuteman Drive in Draper, and the building moved. The monitor shook. Wow.
One listener said their mirror was shaking on the wall.
Yeah. Things are steady here in Idaho. Thank you for checking in, Idaho. I live right on the border and didn't feel a thing. Okay, so not that far north. That's good to know.
Do you remember grade school when we do earthquake drills and we would all crawl under our desks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Duck
that.
and cover.
I don't know if they still do that, but I remember that very well.
Merlin from Taylorsville joins us. Merlin, did you feel it this morning?
I did, and so did my cats.
Oh.
My cats let me know something was haywire about a minute before it happened.
Wow. So that's interesting that animals will have a sense for it before.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I've heard
Oh,
that.
yeah. Yeah, they knew something was going on like a minute or so before, and then it just kind of shook things, and I'm going, okay, well, now I know why the cats were crazy.
How long did it last? Do you have a sense for that?
About a half minute, 45 seconds maybe.
Oh, a little while.
And then there was another one a few minutes later, and I think they felt it too.
Well,
They've been haywire ever since it happened.
I appreciate your calling and letting us know. That's interesting. The number is 801-575-8255. 801-575-8255.
Here's an interesting text. I didn't feel a thing in Evanston. So somebody in Evanston said they didn't feel a thing.
Yeah, my associate's parents live in Evanston. She called them and said, did you feel the earthquake? They're like, no.
No.
And they're there. They're just miles from the epicenter.
We have Anthony on the line with us now, who works at the Costco here in Salt Lake. Did you feel it, Anthony?
Actually, I don't work there. I was there in the parking lot waiting to go in. I was 10 minutes early, and I felt like somebody bumped into my car. And actually, it must have been the earthquake because nobody was anywhere near my car.
So you thought you actually got bumped by somebody else in the parking lot?
That's right.
That's interesting. And how long did it last from your perception?
It was very short.
Very short. Like 10 seconds?
Yeah, not even 10 seconds, maybe 4 or 5 seconds.
Anthony, thank you for letting us know. Boy, that'd be unsettling, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, I'd be grateful after I realized nobody hit me. That would be the first thing. But then you're just not sure. We had a couple of different people. One said that they thought somebody was trying to push their car.
Yeah.
They were like parked in a carport or something. They're like, who's trying to push my car?
Or shake your car or something like
car
that. Yeah,
like
that's
that.
probably what he was thinking. Somebody's pushing my car around.
Let's see. From Perry, my husband felt some shaking in our basement. We have here's one up in Brigham City. So that's the farthest north that I've heard now. South Morgan County, heard about North Ogden. I live in Centerville, was sitting in my recliner. You never forget that feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a listener that said, I didn't grow up doing earthquake drills on the East Coast, but my son did them every year here in Utah. So, yeah, they still do them. Okay, that's good to know.
You know, Rich County area, Randolph and Woodruff are very close to Evanston. I'd be interested to know if any of our listeners in that area felt anything.
Let's go to Dave now, who's on the line from West Haven. Did you feel it there, Dave?
Yeah, I did. I'm a school crossing guard for the new elementary, and I was sitting in a guy's yard. He lets me park there. He likes to prank me a lot. And I was sitting there, all of a sudden my truck started shaking, and I'm looking for him because I thought he was out there shaking my truck. But no, nobody was there. And come to find out that, yeah, you guys had mentioned that there was an earthquake. So
wow.
it's like, wow.
That's interesting that your first thought was this guy's pranking me.
Yeah, because he does all kinds of weird stuff to me anyway, and I thought he was out there shaking my truck. So
that is so
him,
funny.
So.
I appreciate your phone call, Dave. That's a
yeah.
great story. That's when you tell your kids about, I thought he was shaking my truck, but no, it really was an earthquake.
A couple of Davis County listeners. One says, I felt it in East Layton. My bed shook twice. And then we had one that said, I thought someone jumped on my bed. I'm in Clinton.
Wow.
We did have a 4.7 earthquake this morning. The epicenter was there near Evanston, Wyoming. And we're going to continue to check in with all of you and see. And you're welcome to call 801-575-8255. But right now it's 8:39. Let's get another look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Jason?
Amanda, most of the delays that we had eastbound on I-80 have now cleared out, just a little bit left over there. But we are seeing some slight delays right around the mouth of Parley's Canyon. There's no accident or anything on this cameras, so just a little bit of congestion as people are dumping out, I think, from that delay that we had a little bit further down in the Sugar House area. Northbound on I-15, still a little bit slow around the south interchange, and then again around the I-80 interchange, but no major backups or delays there. The rest of your commute in the Salt Lake Valley is looking really good. No problems on I-15 down in Utah County either as you travel from Payson up to the point of the mountain. Pioneer Crossing, 2100 North, Corey B. Ride, they're all still fairly heavy with, of course, 2100 North basically being the heaviest of all of them. Andy?
Traffic on southbound 15, yet to see any significant delay this morning. No crashes, but you've got a little bit of slowing at 215 down to 600 North. I-80 a little bit slow right now, the East Canyon exit going up the hill, and then some over by the Highway 40 turnoff in Park City. Got an old car? Donate it at carsforkids.org. It's easy, and we'll pick it up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS today.
Calling for another day of hazy sunshine and high clouds. Highs will top at 45. Overnight 27, partly to mostly cloudy skies. 43 tomorrow, mostly cloudy. How about a 36 for a high on Saturday, mostly sunny skies? From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
27 degrees downtown here at KSL News Radio. A 4.7 magnitude earthquake near Evanston, Wyoming is affecting all of us, and we'll talk more about that coming up.
This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by the new film Stand Out, the Ben Care Story. And we've got Ben here in studio with us and the director of the film, Tanner Christensen. Okay, so I thought this was a really good description of it. And I saw the movie before I read this description, but I thought this was perfect. What if Augie from the movie Wonder, the kid who wore like the space helmet, what if he turned into Rocky Balboa? That is a great description of what we have here.
That's right, except this is a story that actually happened.
This is
That's
real.
the difference. So, yeah.
Ben, you were a world-class athlete, but it started when you were very young. How young did you start wrestling?
Oh, man, I was in, elementary, and I was not a world-class athlete starting out. I mean, I was getting bumped and bruised and beat up, and I think that's the incredible part of the story, because I didn't start out being phenomenal, and I think we all do that. I think we all start out just sucking a little bit, and we learn that through life, the people that come in and us choosing to what I call disobey average, going above and beyond and doing more, allows us to achieve big things.
Well, one of my favorite parts, and I hate to spoil any of it because it was fun to watch the story unfold, but when you were a sophomore in high school at Viewmont High, you set a high goal and you put 3XSC on your Letterman's jacket. 3-time state champion. You hadn't even won the first one yet.
No, we just barely won the first one. My parents come to me, they're like, yo, we want to give you an early Christmas gift. And they told me to put my patches on my jacket. Those jackets are expensive. And I had the prime time real estate on my right shoulder. And I put 3XSC. I called my shot years before time. And we had never won a state title. When you call your shot, you have belief, you outwork everyone, you go on and you change the game. Viewmont High School won our first state title. And for the next 10 years, we won 7 state titles. That's how you change the belief.
How did you come to decide to tell this story in this form?
You know, the crazy thing is that me and Ben went to high school together.
Oh.
Yeah, we knew each other. I mean, you know, weren't great friends, but hey, everybody in Centerville, Utah knew who Ben Keir was back then. And I was no exception. And even back then, that was the first time I remember TC, my dad saying, man, that kid's going to be a movie someday. And 30 years later, it's finally happened. We're so excited to be a part of it.
One of the things I was most impressed with was how candid and honest you were. The incident with your mother-in-law. Like I was really impressed.
Yeah,
that was because that would be such an easy thing to just be like, we had an incident and then you just leave it at that. But to just like to have it all out there, to me, that's what made this feel even more real. It was everything.
Well, she's everything, and her husband Daryl and Valena Grant, they're incredible. This story is not about telling the easy story. It's about looking real. It's about looking raw. And I look up to them so much because they told that and they were willing to go out and just own it. And so, like, props to the Grants. They're incredible people.
The movie opens today. It is Stand Out, the Ben Keir story. You can see it at all the Megaplex and many Cinemark locations. Meet Ben and Tanner tomorrow at the Cinemark in Provo and Saturday at the Cinemark in Farmington Station.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Our breaking news this morning, a 4.7 magnitude earthquake hit at about 7:49 this morning near Evanston, Wyoming. We've been feeling it all the way through the Salt Lake Valley, as far north as Brigham City, as far south so far as Pleasant Grove. We've been taking your reactions. We've had people calling in. If you'd like to tell us what happened to you and where you felt it, 801-575-TALK. That's 575-8255. You can text us at 57500. And I'm just hearing a lot of people are talking about it on our Facebook page, Amanda.
Yeah, I look forward to taking your phone calls as soon as you have a chance to call because we like to hear from you in person. One texter said, I didn't feel it in Provo, but I can still use it as an excuse for being late to work. That's funny. Another, Joni says, I live in Farmington and was still in bed when it happened. I didn't feel it, but my smoke alarm went off. After hearing about it on KSL, I realized the alarm went off right when the earthquake hit, and it stopped after about 3 minutes. Strange.
One listener, now we've heard someone in Lake Point said they felt it, but this listener says they didn't feel it as far west as Stansbury Park, at least this particular listener.
Our executive producer, Randall Jepson, is here. Randall, are you getting calls out in the newsroom?
Yeah, a few calls. I've actually been on the phone calling gas stations in Evanston and talking to people. And honestly, most of the people I've called did not feel it in Evanston, which is
so weird.
crazy.
We felt it here everywhere.
Right. So, it's I can't explain the way the waves travel through the ground and whatnot. One of the persons that I was talking to there at the gas station said, "Yeah, I'm seeing it on Facebook, but nobody here actually felt it in the store they're at in Evanston."
In Evanston.
Which is pretty much the closest town to where
Right.
this happens. So very interesting. We've been reaching out to the U of U, their seismologists up there, Be Ready Utah, lots of different emergency management. At this point, no reports of damage that we've seen so far, which is good.
That's good.
That's a great
Of course,
thing.
that's what we want.
But just startled a lot of people this morning, as we definitely remember from back, what was that?
2020.
2020,
Yeah.
March.
It's such a weird feeling
March
when it
18th.
happens because for a second your brain doesn't register. Like, did I just feel that? Like you felt it, but your brain's like, did I really just
That's
feel
why
that?
so many of the texts are, did I imagine this? We got a text just a minute ago from Zach who says, looks like we picked it up at Rice Eccles Stadium. We've got an on-site seismograph that's part of the University of Utah Seismography Network, and he's texted us a picture that shows the blip.
A little
at
Nice.
7:49.
Tell him to call in. We'll talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Zach, if you're listening, call in so we can talk to you.
You know, we've had a couple of different listeners saying that their pets noticed it.
Yeah.
We had the guy said his cats did. Oh, this listener said, I felt it in North Salt Lake. All three of my dogs jumped up, and my dogs are not reactive. They don't even flinch when someone knocks at the door. I almost lost my balance sitting on a stool at my kitchen counter.
Wow. We did have someone that let us know they were playing pickleball in Kaysville at the time, and they thought they were just dominating, the other players.
I made
funny.
the earth shake. Okay, here's Park City. I was wondering, I hadn't heard much about Park City in Summit County. Anybody letting us know, but they did feel it in Park City.
I did actually get off the phone with our former colleague, Mark Juke, who works
Yeah.
up there in the emergency departments up there in Summit County. And he did not feel it either, although he is checking. He's making calls right now, seeing if he can find any reports of anything going on up in his neck of the woods.
Yeah.
So he said he'd give me a call right back if he found it.
We do have Linda from Sugar House on the line. Linda, did you feel it?
Yeah, I was laying in my bed, flat on my back, and I felt the little jiggle, and I knew I hadn't turned over or anything, so it was just a short, subtle thing.
Well, we're jealous that you got to be in your bed when that happened. But, yeah, so did you realize it was an earthquake, or did you wonder what it was?
I thought about it, and then I started thinking, what if, a bigger one, how, but I thought about it being an earthquake because I knew I hadn't did anything to make my bed make a movement.
Linda, thank you for calling. And I think a lot of people probably had that feeling of, that was a small one, but what if? Because we're always told about how we live near the fault line here. Our number is 801-575-8255, and we love hearing your reaction.
Has there ever been one where the earthquake, the smaller one, happened first and then the aftershock was bigger? Does that ever happen?
I'm sure it has. I don't know of any like that here locally.
We did get a text from Matt who says, it appears this may have started days ago in Yellowstone. So it shows little mini, 1.4, 0.9, 1.2 up in Wyoming and Montana starting on the 6th, January 15th, starting on January 15th, all the way up until today.
I will say, because I'm a huge Yellowstone nerd,
Yeah.
very common to have small clusters of earthquakes throughout the year up in
Oh,
Yellowstone.
so that would be
that's a year-round thing.
So that's not indicative of this one.
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
I got you. That's interesting.
Our listener, Joni, says she lives in Farmington, was still in bed when it happened. Now, here's the interesting part. I didn't feel it, but my smoke alarm went off.
Yeah, we were just talking
okay. I
about
didn't
that.
hear
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, and the pets, which I think is interesting too, that people's pets sense it.
Right, and we'll definitely be keeping a track on any aftershocks. We have USGS did register a 2.4 aftershock, and so I remember when I was in this building after the earthquake back in 2020. We didn't realize exactly what was happening at first. It's like, whoa, is there a giant truck driving in front of the building? What's going on? And then we realized, whoa, this is really an earthquake, and that panic, that feeling that set in, and then that panic would return every time we'd have a large aftershock.
Yes, right. Which happened for days, didn't
Did.
it?
Well, days, weeks, months.
You would tense up when anything, so even when the truck did drive by out
Did
front.
drive in front of the broadcast house, yeah, you'd get that pit.
You
in
go,
your
oh, is it
stomach.
happening again? Is it happening again?
Yeah.
I will say one of the scarier moments was after the earthquake. We were evacuated outside, and I went to go get my car out of the parking garage when one of those large aftershocks hit. in our parking garage, it's a concrete structure. There are
Yes.
metal pipes stretched through that concrete structure.
Yeah.
And those pipes started rattling like crazy.
Wow.
And that was scary.
You know,
just hearing the sound of the pipes above you.
I live downtown now on the 16th floor of a building, and my neighbors told me that being up that high during the earthquake in 2020 was a trip.
Oh, I bet.
Because they really did feel the building move.
Have you texted your husband to see if he felt
I
it?
have not. He's probably sleeping. No, I'll have to text him and see. Maybe the boys did. I don't know. Because I think that would be a whole different feeling of insecurity to be that high up in the air.
Yeah, because I was going to say that wasn't the case in
No,
2020
right. I
for
mean,
you
I was
guys.
at home. I was on the air that morning, but from home, and we started the same thing. People started texting from all of it. I think we just reported on text for a couple of hours because that earthquake was more severe.
Yeah, and it actually, if you remember, it bumped us off the air for a while.
We went off the air. Yeah. Everybody left the studios.
Because we were only 2 days into having people broadcasting from different locations because of the pandemic's beginning. And it was wild. In fact, Heather Kelly was at home and we did the traffic. So I did the traffic. It shook. I did the traffic. I trailed off a little bit because I was thinking, should I say that I just felt an earthquake? But then I tossed it. But by then our board op had left because we had to get to a safe spot. And then Heather was at home reporting and she went for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But they didn't have it turned on. She didn't know she wasn't on.
We got a text. I live in Sandy, felt it and heard a bedroom door shake. My cat perked up. I immediately Googled it and thought it was odd that an earthquake was over in Evanston. Yeah, that's where it was. That was the epicenter, 4.7 near Evanston.
This listener says, I live in Evanston. I felt nothing. My dog jumped up.
Oh, wow.
It's weird how the pets feel that in a completely different way than we do.
Yeah.
It's like there's a sense about it.
If you'd like to call and tell us about your experience, we welcome your phone call at 801-575-8255.
Let's see. One listener's asking, I don't know if I recall, was there not an earthquake in Logan Canyon about a week or so ago?
I don't know.
Does that one sound familiar to anybody?
You're welcome to text us at 57500 or call us at 801-575-8255. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, zero down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
With affordable tuition, personal support, and career services, Salt Lake Community College is empowering students to shape Utah's future.
I'm an occupational therapy practitioner.
I'm an electrical engineer.
And I'm in comms, PR, and marketing.
And I'm a Salt Lake Community College alum.
A better Utah starts with a better education. SLCC provides opportunities to students who become alumni that shape Utah's future. See how we're investing in Utah's future at slcc.edu/community.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. Repeating our breaking story this morning, a 4.7 magnitude earthquake striking in Evanston, Wyoming, near Evanston. but felt as far west so far as Stansbury Park, according to a couple of our listeners. We have Chris on the line from Kearns. Chris, tell us what you felt.
Just laying there, my husband was asleep, and I thought, oh, that's a gust of wind and a movement of the bed, and that was it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's nothing.
Did he sleep through it?
No, I was awake. I felt it, but my husband was asleep. So, and I just thought, no, it sounded like a gust of wind and just a little rumble on the bottom of the bed, and I'm like, okay, I guess that was an earthquake or a truck going by or something.
Wow, Chris, we sure appreciate your letting us know. That was Chris from Kearns, who felt the earthquake 4.7 at 7:49 this morning near Evanston. We'll welcome more of your phone calls at 801-575-8255.
Or you can text us at 57500. This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by Stand Out, the Ben Care story, a movie that hits theaters today. Amanda and I have already seen it. Ben, of course, has already seen it, who's here with us now, as well as Tanner Christensen, who is the director. You guys were a film festival favorite, and now everybody finally gets a chance to see it. On the movie show, I got texted twice back in September asking when this movie was finally coming to Utah. It's today.
It's today, man. We are so excited. Please go fill those theaters and come meet us. We're going to be, trying to be as many theaters as we can to greet people.
I had the chance to see it too, and I watched it, and my son, I just have to mention this, was really affected by it. I was inspired, but it felt life-changing for him, and I think that young people especially might have that reaction to this story.
Oh, man. We hope it is.
We've had 5-year-old kids all the way from 95-year-old people come and just absolutely leave the theater saying, I have laughed this hard, I haven't cried this hard in a movie. This is awesome. It's inspiring. We're looking to not just make a movie, but to make a movement.
And the standout movement, the title is explained in the movie, and it comes from your mom saying, look, you weren't here to just fit in, which is what you wanted. You didn't want to be different. You were tired of being different. But your mom changed your perspective on that.
A time in your life, you're going to figure out that the hard things work for you and not against you. Cruzon syndrome, for me, eventually stopped becoming a curse, and it became a gift. When we can see life that way, life changes.
Yeah. There are movies about miracles, but this miracle was you and your parents. I think your parents are part of the real inspiration here, too.
Scott and Stanacare, incredible people. Huge shout out to them, to my siblings, to my in-laws, the Grants, Daryl and Valena. I have been surrounded by people that stand out. I've been surrounded by an incredible woman in my life, Lacole Care, and I couldn't help but thank my incredible directors, Tanner and T.C. Christensen, Jared Hess. They've absolutely killed it on this film.
Well, you can meet Ben and Tanner tomorrow at the Cinemark Provo all day, or Saturday at the Cinemark Farmington Station location. You can meet Ben. You can get a mini poster. You can get a picture with both of them. But really, you're going to enjoy the film.
We hope so. Yeah.
Such a great pleasure to meet both of you. Thank you for coming in.
It's been a pleasure.
The movie Stand Out, the Ben, it looks like Kajar, but it's pronounced Care. Stand Out, the Ben Care story in theaters as of today.
We've been reporting on this earthquake this morning that happened at 7:49. I think we have Joe on the line from Sugar. Is it Joe from Sugar House?
Tom.
Oh, Tom. I'm so sorry, Tom. Tell us what you felt.
Well, I was just sitting in my chair doing a little proofreading, and I felt it. It felt as if somebody nudged the chair from the bottom, and it didn't really shake. There was no rocking motion. It was just sort of a nudge up and down a little bit, and that was it. I almost wasn't sure that I felt it, but I thought it might be one.
Tom, I so appreciate your confirming that for us, because this sounds like so many of the texts we've received this morning saying we're not sure. Was that an earthquake? But Tom felt it in Sugar House, as so many of you have let us know. I know it's a little bit past 8:59, but let's get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And first to you, Jason.
And Amanda, we have an accident southbound I-15. This is about 7400 south. It's blocking the HOV. It was blocking the HOV lane. I've just watched the emergency vehicle drive over to the shoulder. So it's on the left shoulder now, but the delays do stretch all the way back to about 5300 south. If you're on the northbound side, it's going to be a little bit slow there as well, approaching 4500 south. No accident that we could see, but it is some heavier traffic in that area. That's pretty much the only problem that we've got on I-15 in both Salt Lake and Utah County. 2100 north in Lehigh, still a little bit heavy. Andy?
South 15, all clear, Davis to downtown, but we've got a little bit of slowing 215 by the west side and I-80. Visit the Boat Show and Water Sports Expo Thursday through Sunday, January 29th through February 1st at the Mountain America Expo. Buy tickets online at utahboatshow.com.
Today we'll get up to the mid-40s and we'll have some hazy sunshine. Right now, 28 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
The USGS says a 4.7 magnitude earthquake hit in Utah at 7:49, just south of Evanston, Wyoming. We've been receiving text messages from all over the state since that happened. The first one we got was at 7:51, and taking phone calls too. We reached out to the University of Utah, who track earthquakes, to see if they could give us some more information. We're still waiting to hear back. But Inside Sources is next on KSL News Radio with our hosts Holly Richardson and Greg Skordas. And I'm sure, did you feel it, Holly?
I did not.
You
I
did
didn't
not.
feel anything.
You and Greg both
So-
didn't feel it. So, yeah, we were just interacting with listeners and taking their phone calls, and we welcome your phone calls at 801-575-8255, or you can text us at 57500 and let us know what you experienced. We've heard from a number of people, Andy. And Andy's gone as well. Oh, that's lovely. Holly, are you still there?
I am here,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
And
let's talk about it.
it's interesting. We were going to be talking with Mayor Zoltansky, who felt it in Sandy, but we were just here in downtown, and I didn't feel a thing.
I have to say, one of my law partners contacted me and sent a blast to everybody in the firm and said, "Did anyone just feel an earthquake?"
Wow.
And I thought, he's kidding. There's no way this guy just felt an earthquake. I thought, and he said, well, maybe it was something else. And then, boom, it turns out it was an earthquake. But he sent it within seconds after it occurred.
Wow. That is a quick response. It's interesting because I used to live in California only for a year when I was a teenager, and we felt several there, and it kind of felt like, you know, if you were sleeping and it hit during the night, it felt like it was rocking you in the bed. So they weren't super big, of course. But